Good evening all, and welcome. I don't usually do intros to compilations, but I wanted to talk about where I've been these last few days. So, as you can probably tell by my voice, I've been a bit under the weather. Now, I thought at first it was just a cold, and, like mild flu, but it's taken me a lot longer than a regular cold to get back to full health, which is annoying. My voice, my throat, my nasal passages, they're still a bit blocked, and it's a bit irritating. So I really wanted to do a New Year's special yesterday. Didn't happen. Thought I'd wake up today and, if it's on the 1st, it's still fine, right? But my voice just isn't up for it. I'm hoping that tomorrow things get back to normal, as then I'll be able to start pumping out that daily content you guys enjoy. But for now, I hope that you like this compilation. Now, some of you are probably saying, you may have COVID, and obviously that's crossed my mind. What makes it a bit more daunting, really, is that we've had family here for the past, 2 months and 6 months. So, they've been with us. These people had COVID already, and then they came to stay with us so that we'd be together for the holidays. And Pandora got sick on Christmas Eve. She started coughing, and we thought, probably just a cold from the cold. But no. Then I got sick, my wife got sick, and none of my other family members, all of whom have had COVID, got sick at all. So they either happened to have the same strain of cold that we did and thus were unaffected, or it's COVID. I'm not really sure. Like I said, we're all pretty much nearly recovered. It's just like the stuff I said before. So we'll just wait and see, really. Sorry this was extra long, but this is the situation. You got 5 hours worth of video now to binge on. I hope you enjoy. I'm going to go take some more rest, have some hot teas and stuff. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow with a fresh vid, but if not, well, I'll put up a poll and let you decide. I feel fine now, by the way. It's just literally the things I said. So I just don't want to make subpar content for you guys. And, potentially hurt my throat. Alright then. Stay awesome and, I'll see you soon. Enjoy the video.
This happened at least 15 to 16 years ago. I went to a community college. Prior to attending the 4-year school, I wanted to brand my degree. I went there to bang out the necessary credits at a cheap price, because my mama told me early on that because there were 4 siblings, I'd have to pay for college out of my own pocket. And so it begins. I met Owen during my first semester, I think, as it was forever ago. Because even though I was taking the mandatory credits, I had to squeeze in a fun writing class. But don't worry, this is 100% true. So I show up on the first day of my freshman creative writing class, somehow, early. And like all the desks are arranged in a horseshoe surrounding the podium that our professor would be lecturing from. It was just me, so I take a seat towards the back to sit near the exit, because I have to pee a lot. It's not relevant to the story, but it's true. So I sit down all situated, thinking I'm alone, and I look towards the back of the room, and I see this dude sitting at this random lone desk, set apart from the horseshoe, on a platform alcove in the very back of the room. He's got all black on, piercings everywhere, and is brooding all over the place. Backstory. I'm a wicked wise ass and was a former goth in high school. So of course I'm like, oh my god dude, save it. I know you're doing your tortured artist thing back there, but come sit next to me and stop being a weirdo. Naturally, we hit it off after that. Owen was an atheist, and was all angsty and angry at the world. But after disarming him, I could see he was basically just going through his little phase, and I kinda thought he was a total babe, with his angry little look, and his perfectly white teethy smile, which I seemed to bring out of him because I was so unique and special. Okay, I hadn't totally grown out of my own goth phase yet. We became fast friends, and in our super self-important way, traded notes and offered constructive criticism on each other's writing. I'm from the States. Community college is 2 years long, and we took as many classes or schedules our classes for the same hour as we could. We both commuted, and when we went during the day we would always meet for lunch, and when we took night classes we would always meet for dinner beforehand. I attended this community college with my 2 best girlfriends, and they both knew Owen. Also, I had a serious boyfriend throughout my entire duration at the college, but I was young, 20s, and a little curiously flirty, you know? Anyway, fast forward to like 2 months before we graduated with our associate's degree, and all moved on to our 4-year school. Owen had been telling me about this particularly juicy short story he had been working on. Every time we would meet for lunch or dinner in the cafeteria, he would mention it and give me a little teaser, but no notes, insisting he didn't want me to see it until it was almost ready. Suffice to say, I was super intrigued and eager to read it, but he withheld it until the 3rd to last week before our class, and at that point, I was working full-time and taking almost all night classes, albeit one during the day. I think he was on the same schedule too. I knew one of my best friends, Ruby, was as well, so the 3rd to last week we meet for our dinner. Ruby leaves to head to class, and then right before I leave to head to my class, he hands me his short story all nicely typed, telling me it's not totally finished but he needs my feedback for next week so he can submit it for his final. I read it later that night after my boyfriend leaves my mum's house. Yes, I was that young. It's about a young, early 20s sort of cavalier girl who delivers groceries to a hermit guy. He doesn't leave his house because he has that OCD issue. So he calls this service and the girl starts delivering his groceries for him every week. She's 5'5", medium build, has long black hair and almost black eyes. My exact description at the time. Okay, cool. I take a lot from real life in my own creative writing. I mean, who doesn't? I carry on. The hermit guy becomes obsessed with the grocery delivering girl and devises a plan to keep her. I remember those words particularly. So one day she shows up unwittingly doing her weekly grocery drop-off, and hermit dude invites her inside because he needs some help with something. She steps inside, turns around to close the door, and is immediately knocked out. She wakes up in a basement of sorts, tied by the arms and legs, unable to move, to some sort of medical table. Besides her, hermit dude sits on a stool, with a black suitcase open in front of him, on a little medical table, and tells her he isn't going to hurt her, but he just wants to keep her. Forever. He tells her in the suitcase he has more rope, a knife, and a third thing. I can't remember for the life of me what it was. Anyway, the story ends abruptly then, and it's kind of implied that he does actually want to hurt her, but still keep her alive. Well, that's what I took from it. Yikes, right? But at the time I'm like, alright, Owen's a dark, creepy little dude, so I got my red pen out and made the edits. I didn't tell anyone about the story at the time. Cut to the 2nd to last week of community college. I give him the story back at some lunch cafe breakfast, and must have made up some excuse to not do the dinner with him until the very last class we had. Mind you, this is a time before any social media, so right before MySpace. And while we had cell phones, no one knew what texting was yet, so I only ever interacted with Owen at school, and that was quickly coming to an end. Night of our last class together ever, and seemingly the last time we would ever see each other. I pull into the back parking lot, where the 3 of us always parked. and I can see from the entrance that there is this huge bonfire going on in the middle of the parking lot. As I pull in closer, I see a ton of people outside, all watching said bonfire. And as I pull in even closer, I see that it's a car completely on fire in the middle of the freaking parking lot. I park and scan the crowd for Owen and Ruby's faces, and when I don't see them, I rush inside, knowing this would be the type of thing that Owen would love. I arrive breathless to the cafe to see Ruby and Owen sitting there alone, because obviously everyone was outside watching the car bonfire extravaganza. I'm like, guys, what are you doing in here? Some idiot's car's on fire. At which point, my girl Ruby starts shaking her head and saying, "Cool it," with her hand across her neck. And Owen says, "I know, it's my car. I'm so screwed, but I don't feel like dealing with it right now. I just need to take my final, and I'll handle it after." So of course I'm like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry dude, that sucks. I didn't realize that was your car, what a bummer." And he's like, "Yeah, it is. Anyway, do you mind driving me home after class?" So I'm like, "Yeah, of course. Meet me out back after class." So we meet outside 2 hours after class. We get in my car and he's like, "Before you drive me around to security to report this, can we see if there's anything I can salvage from my car?" So I'm like, "Sure." So I T-bone his car and shine my brights into his charred, smoking mess of a vehicle. Either he opened his back door or it was missing, but I see him lean in and grab a metal gasoline tank. Okay, cool, whatever. He opens his trunk and pulls out a black suitcase and walks back to my car smiling, with the gasoline can and the suitcase. This is my first moment of true uncomfortableness. He gets in and I say nothing. I pull around to the other side of the campus where security is, thinking I'm going to let him go inside and report this and call my boyfriend and tell him what's going on, so he knows where I am if Owen murders me. I'll tell Owen that I'll wait for him in the car, and he whines and complains and guilts me into going with him to report it, because he's so traumatized, and I relent, because this is the real world, and I've known this kid for 2 years, and there's no way he set his car on fire to trap me into driving him home so that he could kill me, or keep me, or whatever. So I say, "Let me just make a quick call and I'll be right in." He says no problem, steps outside the car and waits, just staring at me. So I call my boyfriend, who's already waiting for me at my mum's house, and get out. "Hey, so I'm dropping Owen off at home tonight because his car caught fire and he can't drive it. But I think this might be a ploy to kidnap me, so if you don't hear from me in about a half hour, call the cops. Bye." And I hung up, but not before hearing a resounding, "What?" from my beloved boyfriend. We go inside, he completes the report and I drive him home. Pull into his driveway, and I had never been there before. And of course, it's an old Victorian-looking haunted house. And I'm like, "Nope, cool, grab your stuff, don't forget your backpack, suitcase and stuff. I'll keep in touch, don't worry Owen, love ya, bye, Owen's waiting for me, gotta go." But no, that's not the end, my friends. This kid guilts me into helping get all his stuff inside. He's had an awful night, his car is ruined and his life screwed, yada yada. I go in because I was a sucker and I didn't want to be rude. The only thing he asked me was to carry the suitcase. We go in. I try to put the suitcase down, but he gives me the same guilt trip to bring the stuff up to his room. So I do it, because I'm an idiot. And of course his room is on the 3rd floor. So as I'm walking up the narrow, scary as hell attic stairs, holding his suitcase in my arms, with him walking behind me, I near the top, and I catch a glimpse of those crawl space small doors, and at that exact moment, in the most creepy, calm and deliberate voice, he says, "Wanna know what's in the suitcase? A rope, a knife." So at that point I'd had enough. I threw his suitcase in the hallway, turned around, pushed him as hard as I could to the side, and ran down those stairs, yelling, "Owen, I don't know if you're screwing with me or not, but if you are, it's working and I'm freaking out. Call me tomorrow if you're just kidding with me. I'm wicked sorry, but what the hell?" And drove home to my mum's to a very angry boyfriend, sister, and mother, and never heard from him again.
This happened almost 2 years ago. It was summertime, and I was about to turn 21. Even after the fact, I still looked as though I was underage. For reference, I'm a female, fairly short and baby-faced. This particular summer, I worked at a truck stop combined with 2 fast food chains. I worked in one of the fast food areas. Something else to mention is that this truck stop was located right next to a very busy highway. This meant that we received an abundance of customers on a daily basis. Our fast food chain was employed only by women, particularly high school students, as the area did not have many places to find work. Once I began working there, I immediately began to notice that one man stood out every time he came into our workplace. This man was in his 40s with black hair, thin stick, dressed in all black, and wearing a fedora. No matter what, he always wore the fedora. As someone who had just started working there, I really made it a point to focus on making connections with the customers, like making eye contact, introducing myself, and smiling a lot. Basically, just trying to be the best employee that I could be. The first time this man came in, he was straight-faced and did not speak much. I took his order, and when he left, my co-workers began to talk about how he was a weird guy. Fedora Man would come into our workplace every single day and comment on my very underage co-workers' appearance, even go as far as to ask them for their phone numbers. My co-workers have told him many times that they are not interested, underage and the like, but this did nothing to deter him. I was immediately concerned, but tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. My second encounter with Fedora Man was vastly different. This time Fedora Man seemed eager to see me. I recall so vividly how he watched me serve every single customer in line. Each time he got closer to ordering, his smile would grow wider and wider. Once it was his turn, the first thing that came out of his mouth was, "You're a lot nicer than all the girls here." Not once did that creepy smile leave his face. I don't think I even saw him blink. I thanked him and continued with his order. Fedora Man thanked me and off he went. After about an hour or so of serving customers, I was asked by the manager to step into his office. Once inside, my manager gave me a heads up that Fedora Man called our gas station to personally let her know that I was a great addition to the team. Fedora Man also asked for my number. My manager hoped that by telling him that I was underage, even though I wasn't, and this didn't stop him from hitting on my other underage co-workers, that this would deter him from trying to get my number. His exact words per my manager were, "I don't mind a little jailbait." My manager let Fedora Man know that this was incredibly inappropriate, and Fedora Man laughed and then hung up the phone. As he had tried asking for multiple girls their numbers, she decided to finally do something about it and notified our male supervisor. The next day, the Fedora Man was approached by our supervisor as he walked into the store. They talked for a few moments before he stomped out, and he did not look happy. Later on, my manager would tell us that our supervisor did not ban Fedora Man from the store, but rather let him know that he was making us uncomfortable. This
did not deter Fedora Man, as he returned the next day and specifically asked for me. I was nervous but still served him, as it was my job. This time, Fedora Man asked for my number in person. If I wasn't working, I would have said, hell to the no, but as I was on the clock, I politely declined. Fedora Man continued to smile, showing all of his teeth. He continued to return every single day, and specifically asked for me. After a few days of this going on, I finally broke down and asked to work in the back of the store every time he came in, so that I could avoid seeing him. Fedora Man made me incredibly uncomfortable, and I wanted to avoid seeing him as much as possible. The last time I ever saw him was a week or two right before summer's end. After weeks of trying to desperately avoid him, things finally came to a boil. On this day, I worked the early shift, and therefore began doing the usual stuff. Turning on machines, prepping items, and my manager was the only one there with me. She'd stepped out for a little cigarette break. Usually, we do not get customers in that early. My guard was down since I was in the back of the store where no customers were allowed, and I had some music playing. I was singing along to the music and prepping for the day when I saw a black mass dart in front of me. I turned off my music and asked if someone was there. No answer. As I was already jittery from Fedora Man, I simply told myself that I was overreacting and turned my music back on once more. After a few moments, I felt someone behind me. I turned, and who do you think it was? Fedora Man. I let out a yelp in surprise, which only made him laugh heartily. He stated that he was hungry and wanted some food. I immediately began to scold him and reminded him this was an area for workers only. At this point, my manager returns from her cigarette break and sees that he's in the back of the store. She shouts at him to leave and states, "She doesn't even like you," in the biggest voice that she could muster. Fedora Man smiled his toothy smile and simply walked to the front of the store. I refused to serve him and let my manager know that he needs to be banned. I wish I could say this story had a happy ending, but it doesn't. I ended up leaving that job a week later and haven't got back since. I occasionally talk to my old co-workers, and they've let me know that Fedora Man still comes in every day, hitting on the underage girls there and asking when I will be coming back to work. I was 9 years old, and we were all packed into my mother's car on a trip to visit family for the Thanksgiving holidays. Our trip took us through Tuckersville, Arkansas, and it just happened that we needed to make a pit stop for gas at the T-Rix there. I don't know if it's still there. The last time I was by that way was 2012. My mother, sister, and I got out of the car and made our way inside to use the restroom. There was a man in a beige coat and matching cowboy hat crossing the pavement nearly even with us, though none of us saw him get out of his car or anything. He made the building before us and ended up standing beside the door, faced as if he was staring at the ice coolers along the side of the building. My mother urged us both to pass him and into the well-lit building. My mum must have had a gut reaction, because when we were all done with what we needed to do, she held us back by the shoulder and told us to wait for our stepfather. As we wandered the store, wasting time for my stepdad to finish pumping gas, the man remained where he had been when we had come in. I kept glancing at him, feeling more and more creeped out. It took quite a while for my stepdad to come in after us. I guess he hadn't needed to use the restroom, and assumed we'd come out to meet him. And that whole time, the cowboy man stood by the door motionless. Finally, my stepfather came through the door, huffing in frustration because it was late at night and he was ready to get back on the road. When he asked my mum what took us so long, she answered that she was waiting for the man to leave. My stepdad raised an eyebrow. What man? In his frustration, he apparently hadn't noticed the man in the cowboy hat. That one, my mother said, suddenly very pale. She was pointing out the window, where we all saw that the man had turned to face into the store. He was grinning at us. I'm sure it was the shadow from his hat, but his eyes were just pools of darkness, and my 9-year-old brain registered this as having no eyes at all. We wound up waiting in that store for a solid 20 minutes, that man standing there grinning at us the whole time. It seemed like no one else had noticed him. The employees paid him no mind. Finally, when my mother and stepfather were discussing making a break for it, a middle-aged woman walked through the door. She made a purchase quickly and left. As the door closed behind her, the cowboy hat man very slowly turned away from us as he moved to follow her. We didn't stick around to see what happened. As soon as the door cleared, my parents hustled out of the building and into the car. My stepfather burnt rubber pulling out of the parking lot. We've shared this story many times trying to see if our memories match up. I know I've wondered if it was a hallucination, but there's no way that 4 people could hallucinate the exact same thing. When I first met the bagman, I was 16. I didn't even think he was anything to worry about at the time. He just passed me by when I was biking around in one of my city's forest preserves called Riverside. Riverside was always a place where I could go when I was feeling stressed or anxious. So when I passed by this rugged-looking guy in the middle of the woods, I didn't think much of it. I had other things on my mind, and for all I know, I could have looked pretty rugged myself, being all sweaty and wearing a black hoodie, and biking around like a maniac. He and I were similarly dressed. I didn't have long to look at him, as I was passing by on my bike pretty quickly, but he was wearing black sweatpants that were ripped in several places, along with muddy white shoes and a black hoodie, which he wore with the hood down. I could also make out that he was a pretty big guy in all areas. He was fairly wide and actually pretty tall. His hair was brown and down to his shoulders. I couldn't really make out his face at the time, but little did I know I would see it in a few weeks. When he saw me coming towards him on my bike, he held up his hand all excitedly and waved at me, and then began to jog while I got closer. I thought at the time that maybe he was out here exercising like me, and seeing me made him remember to start running again or something. But as I passed him, he got so close to my bike that he almost bumped into me. I had to swerve a little to the right to try and avoid him, barely missing him. When I passed him, I kind of heard him shout something back to me, but I couldn't really understand what it was because I had my headphones in. I shrugged at the situation and continued to bike back to my car. It took me a few minutes to get back to the parking lot. I was pretty exhausted as I loaded my bike into the back of the minivan. Once I closed the trunk, I looked around for a moment to see if the guy had been around. I didn't see him, but the only other car that was parked there was directly across from me on the other side of the lot. It was a long, white van. like the stereotypical paedophile van. It was dirty and muddy, like the man driving it, and the windows were tinted so that you couldn't see the inside. Thinking back on this situation now, it could have been totally possible that the bagman followed behind me all the way back into this parking lot and had gotten into his creepy van and was in there while I was staring at that vehicle. He could have been watching me through those dark windows and I wouldn't have even known. When I pulled out the parking lot, I made sure that the van stayed in its place as I passed by and drove home. That was my first encounter with the bagman. But obviously, that meeting isn't what gave him his name. A little over 3 weeks later, after my experience at the riverside, I was home alone and it was approximately 4 p.m. I was just watching YouTube on my phone while laying in bed upstairs in my room. My dog was next to me, and we were both just chilling until my dad came home from work. While I was up, I go to the bedroom. I heard the doorbell ring, and then 2 loud bangs on the door. Now usually, when there's someone pounding on the door like that, it's almost always my mum, because she, for some reason, likes to freak out the dog when she gets home, and a few loud bangs on the door would do just the trick. So my dog went running out of my room and tore down the steps to the front door. I followed behind him, but didn't really feel like running. When I finally get to the door, I swung it open, fully expecting to see my mum, but it wasn't her. It was the guy from Riverside. He was just staring at me with this big black garbage bag in his hand. He was wearing almost the exact same outfit that he was wearing when I saw him last, except his shoes, which were now all clean. I looked up at his face and saw that he had a poorly trimmed beard that covered almost all of it. His eyes were a bright blue, and they stared down at me. He spoke before I had a chance to say anything. Now, this will be a rough paraphrase of what he said, but it's something like this. "Hi there, young man. Is Melanie around? I'd love to see her." No, I don't know who that is. Sorry. I actually knew who she was, because she lived a few houses down. Not that I wanted to tell this guy. I think at this point I had given him a smile to try and act like I wasn't completely freaked out. You see, I always park my minivan right outside my house, so it's always in view whenever I'm home. This means that he probably recognized it and me. "I think I know you from somewhere, pal." His voice was deep and haunting, and just kind of left me stunned. I stood there and didn't say anything, shrugged my shoulders, and that's when he started to shake the bag. I didn't really know how else to describe it. He was just shaking the bag up and down. I never actually saw what was inside, but it sounded like a whole bunch of metal cookie cutters rattling around. The contents were poking and stretching, and the bag was out at weird angles. He was just staring at me as he shook the bag and inched closer. "Are you sure you don't know where Melanie is?" He continued to shake the bag as he encroached on my space, until we were nearly touching. My breath was shaky, and I was looking down at the ground like a dog that had just gotten into trouble for peeing on the couch. Then I snapped, and pushed him away from me as hard as I could. His skin was flabby and soft, and his shirt felt greasy. I used all my strength to get him away from me. I didn't look back as I did a 180 and sped back into my house, slamming the door, and once I was back inside, I could hear him pound his heavy arms against the door and the clamoring of whatever was in the bag. He banged on the door for maybe 30 seconds before he stopped abruptly. I quickly sped towards the window to see if he was still wandering there, and I moved to the side to get a better angle of the doorway. I saw him looking back at me. When we met eyes, he immediately started running back to his van, which was parked across the street. I recognized that it was the same one from the riverside. I was disappointed to see that there weren't any front license plate numbers, but as the van started to move and past my house, I took down the number and letters that were on the back of the van, and I still have them written down on my phone. Since that incident, I haven't seen the man since, and I notified Melanie that some man was asking around for her. She said she had no idea who it might be, but would tell her parents just so that they could keep a lookout too. After about a year, my mum and I were having lunch, and she was scrolling through Facebook when she came upon a post from a woman that lived in a state neighbouring ours. The woman wrote that a man driving a white van drove up to her house and knocked on the door, which her youngest daughter answered. The man had apparently asked her to get into his van because he had the circus in there. Apparently the mum came to the door before anything happened. Apparently the man was still being really creepy. Unfortunately, the woman didn't post a description of the name or the man, but she definitely remembers the white van. Now, I don't know exactly what the critics mean. Now, I don't know exactly what the circus means, but I'm almost positive it's the same man that visited my house, and I'm pretty sure he's still out there preying on people, because just yesterday the local news said that they interviewed a 9-year-old girl that was approached by a man driving a white van. So please, if you live in central Illinois in the US, watch out for anyone matching the description. You may find him. I think what happened is partially my fault for lying, but what happened creeped me the hell out. This happened when I was 14. I was in my emo phase, and since nobody understood me, I went online to find people to talk to. And that's where I met my boyfriend. I had been with my boyfriend for about 3 months when this happened, and we were finally going to meet each other. He lived on the other side of the country, so going with a plane would clearly be the quickest. But since we were both young and had no money, he found a cheap bus to go with. It was about Christmas time, and the roads were covered in snow, so of course the bus was late. My boyfriend sent me a text letting me know he would be late, that the bus would arrive in a bigger city 30 minutes away from the one I live in, and I had already taken the bus to pick him up, so there was no point going home. I then texted him, "Oh damn, when are you gonna be here then?" "I don't know, the bus driver said he couldn't tell us yet." I told you he scammed you." "Oh, he says he'll be about 40 minutes late. Sorry, babe." "It's okay. What do you want to do when you get here?" "I want to get something to eat. I should have brought something to the bus." "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm actually really hungry right now. Would it be okay if I go get something?" "Yeah, of course, baby. What are you getting?" "I'm thinking about some Mackie D." "Fancy. You know I have no money." Then I put my phone in my pocket and walked into McDonald's. There were a lot of people in there, and I considered leaving. But I had no money to get anything better than junk food, so I bit the sour apple and stood in line. Then someone walked in and stood behind me. It wasn't anything odd, since the McDonald's I was at was often busy. But suddenly I felt something on my butt, but it quickly disappeared again. I thought it must have been a mistake, and I'm not a sensitive person, so I didn't confront them about it. But then it happened again. This time they poked me more aggressively. Yo, what the hell, I thought to myself. Then it happened again, and I turned around to see a guy putting his phone up to my butt. Note that I'm a very socially awkward person, and I had no idea what to say, since I had never been in a situation like this. I ended up just smiling an awkward smile, and looked at him. He was a 175 centimeter tall skinny guy, who looked like a mess. He then smiled at me, and took a step back. Must have been an accident, I thought. But then I felt his phone on my butt again. I then turned around and quietly said, "Excuse me." He just smiled like nothing had happened and said, "Hi there," in a really happy tone. I didn't even find his smile creepy, and I think that's actually what made this so scary. He sounded like a totally normal person. He kept that tone, even though what he did was super creepy. "Where are you from?" he then asked. I told him I was just from the city which we were currently in. He just looked at me with that totally normal wide smile and asked again, "Where are you from?" Like he didn't understand what I said. Note that I'm not in an English-speaking country, and the conversation had been in Danish the whole time, up until what I did next. I decided I'd pretend to be someone just in case he was some weird creep, because I was honestly getting freaked out. I then began speaking to him in English, like I was not from here. "Yes, I'm from California visiting a friend." "Oh, I see," he replied, still smiling. "I am not good at English. I hope understand you." I got relieved, as I realized he wasn't good at English, and I hoped he would stop and leave the conversation at that. I turned around again, and there were still at least 5 to 6 groups in front of me who had to order. So there was still a lot of time between my turn to order and now. Then I felt someone tap on my shoulder again. I turned around to look at him, and I gave him the look that said, "Please leave me alone, you creep." And he finally seemed to get it, because his wide, creepy smile began fading away. His eyes looked wild, but he still looked calm. It was a look that's hard to describe. "How old are you?" he asked. I now said something stupid that I regret saying. I should have told him I was only 14 at the time. But then he probably wouldn't have bought my story that I was in Denmark all alone. "I'm 17, I said. "Old enough to travel by yourself, but still not legal." When a creepy smile began to appear on his face, that's when I knew I'd messed up. "That's nice. And where is your friend? Where does she live? How old is she? Is she as pretty as you?" He said it and walked up to my side instead of standing behind me. He was way too close. There probably wasn't even 50 centimeters between us. I was completely speechless, because I'd never experienced something like this. This might not sound that crazy, but as a 14-year-old I was freaking out. I'm 26 myself, but that isn't a problem, is it? I just looked straight ahead, trying not to make eye contact. "Look at me when I'm talking to you," he said in a cold tone. I looked at him with my emo bangs covering my face. He then began to touch my face and hair with his filthy hands. "Get that hair away from your face and look at me, baby." I looked at him, and he smiled again. That smile was making me absolutely sick, and I wanted to puke everywhere. There we go. You know I really love emo chicks. And pulled my hair away from my neck and began kissing and licking my neck. I was furious, but I was completely frozen in shock. He could see that I was getting scared. Hell, everyone could. Everyone saw that he was doing this to me, and they heard what he was saying. Yet nobody did a thing. This is an aspect of humanity which I oh so much despise. People can be so disgusting, only thinking of themselves, and not paying attention or stepping up when someone needs assistance. He came even closer and began wrapping his arms around me and said, "Come with me. We'll go get your friend." And he took my hand. I slapped his hand away and yelled at him, "I'm not a hooker." And I then ran to a place where I could be alone and called my mum crying. And when my boyfriend met up with me, he comforted me. Again, it's not a big story about how he went on and killed everyone there. I just found this extremely disturbing as a 14-year-old. I don't want to end my story with saying that what he did traumatized me so much that I never dare go into McDonald's again, because I actually plan on going there with someone later. And I don't want to end this story by saying I'll never forget the creepy smile on his face either, because that wouldn't be true. I have a medical diagnosis that means I cannot remember faces, and I'll never know if I see him again. But no matter if I remember you or not, please, let's never meet again. Before I get into this, I have to note, because a lot of my actions in this story are very stupid. When this happened, I was a naive and stupid 18-year-old. I was raised very isolated and had been given absolutely no life lessons or real-world lessons by my parents, because they thought I would never leave home. But that's a whole other story. So when I was kicked out a few months prior to this event, I learnt everything the hard way. I had some extra money after I had paid rent, a thing I'd never had. So I decided to check out this restaurant I had been wanting to go to. I leave the restaurant and decided, while I was out, to go buy cat litter and a CVS across the street. I left without the cat litter because they didn't carry a brand I usually went with. This is where I ran into a dude I never got the name of, but he's crucial to this story. He was a panhandler, not very uncommon in the town, and he cornered me and started rambling on about something. He was talking so fast and scattered, I didn't catch everything he was saying, but it was clear he wanted money. I kept reiterating to him I didn't have any cash, just a debit card that didn't work at any ATMs, which wasn't a lie. It was a debit card issued by the Cash app. Even so, he started to lead me to an ATM to get money out for him. At one point, he took my phone and called himself to get his number in my phone for some reason. When he pulls me to this ATM, a woman is standing in front of it. I recognized the woman because she had stopped me earlier on the street to ask for directions, but left like she was frustrated when I pulled out my phone to find it on Google Maps. She and the man get into an argument, which I have now reason to believe was staged. I heavily believed these two were working together. She calls security over, and the man makes a show telling the woman that he's going to shoot her. The woman pulls me off, introduces herself as Beth Weasel, and keeps reiterating to me how she saved me from this man. She keeps bringing this up all through the night of the event, how she saved me from him. I was so frazzled from the event, she somehow convinced me that I should give her $20, as her original story was something along the lines of her sister being in jail and her car getting towed, and she just needed $20 more to make bail for her sister. I don't really remember the reason for the alleged jailing. She spoke so fast it was hard to get a lot out of her. I mentioned that my car didn't work on ATMs, but I believe it can get cash back. She dragged me to a Walgreens and asked me to get cash back there. Turns out I was wrong. I couldn't get cash off the card in any way by conventional means. I didn't have a bank account to cash out from the Cash app, which is why I had the debit card linked to the Cash app. That's also another story involving Chase screwing me. This is where everything started. She is absolutely desperate to get money out of me. A lot of things happened that can be summed up in a very few points. She drags me around a few stores in the block to try and get cash back, and it doesn't work at any. And she hatches a scam to buy batteries at a gas station, bring them to a CSV, claim to return them, and get money that way. Well, it does work, and I give her $15, thinking the deed is done. She suddenly needs more. This goes back and forth, with the buying and returning at another store scam until she trips up. Instead of buying batteries, she buys hair dye at Walgreens to return at CVS. CVS doesn't carry that brand, and the scheme was broken. Walgreens don't do a cash return, just put it back into my card. So now, she has about $20 to $30 in cash from this scam, but it's not enough. I'm done with her, and I tell her that I'm more than happy to get her an Uber to drive her to her sister, and then she can pay bail. She keeps freaking out, telling me how Ubers are so unsafe, but finally does agree to the Uber, but not for the reason I wanted to get her one. Now she has a new plan to get money off the hair dye. Take the hair dye to the original Walgreens, return it at the Walgreens, and get store credit on a card. Bring the store credit card to the second Walgreens, buy hair dye there with the card, and bring hair dye to Walgreens 3 and return for cash. The plan only worked because the dude at the register knew her, probably knew what was happening, and gave me cash instead of a card because he felt bad for me. He insisted on signing me up for a Walgreens reward card and typed into the field, "Sorry for her." Uber driver returned us to our original part of town near the restaurant mentioned earlier. She insists that she wants to repay me for being so kind to her, and the Uber drives us to various places downtown. She disappeared for 10 to 20 minutes at a time and returns, claiming that she'd left her purse at a friend's apartment, and he won't let her in, so now she has to go to his mum's apartment to get his mum to call him. The Uber driver is eventually fed up and offers to drop me home. I don't want this woman knowing where I live, so I say no and break down crying, because I just want to go home. He drops us both off at a Waffle House. She blows up on me, claiming me acting crazy and crying and why he didn't want to drive us anymore. I yell back at her, the first time I'd said anything against her that night, and I didn't start crying after he said he was done. And now suddenly she keeps claiming she's scared of me, and I tell her I just want to go home, but she won't let me leave. Eventually she starts going on about how we could go to the hospital and sleep there, and that in the morning she'll take me to a bank so she can repay me or something. I don't buy it for a second, but there is a hospital within walking distance of the Waffle House where we were, and I told her I would only go there. My plan was to leave once she was there and walk home, which was only a 3-mile walk. She started pretending to fall asleep, claiming she's too tired to walk the half-mile to the hospital, and tells me what I need to do is fake an anxiety attack, call an ambulance, and then the ambulance would take us there. She takes my phone from me and calls the ambulance. I'm now furious, because I kept saying no, and it seems illegal, but it's already done. So I'm just like, We're going to the downtown hospital. I won't go to any other. That way, I still have my plan to walk the 3 miles home. She agrees right up until the ambulance gets there and tells them, you know what? Her mom wants her to go to the hospital in the east of town. This is closer to her house apparently. And as for me? 13 miles away from my home. It's 3 a.m. by this point, and the buses have stopped running for the night. I would be stranded. The only reason I got out of it is one of the paramedics knew Beth. She made us sit in the front seat while she, the paramedic, drove. The man paramedic sat in the back with me and didn't have a clue what was going on. When we got there, the woman made Beth go to the lobby, and I broke down crying, saying I'd been held hostage all night by her and just wanted to go home. The paramedic told me she knew what was happening. Beth had done this multiple times before. Eventually a cop drove me home, and that was the end of the night. Some of the things that happened I didn't know how to fit into the story without breaking the flow of it. She kept claiming that she needed to pee every 10 minutes, but would then spend 15 to 20 minutes in the bathroom. At one point she forced me to stand in the bathroom with her so I wouldn't leave her sight. She kept trying to convince me she was a rich businesswoman, and her dad was a very wealthy landowner named Ben Weasel. To her credit, Ben Weasel does exist and he is a landowner, but he's 30 years old. His kids in his photos are elementary aged, and Beth looked to be 40 to 50. She keeps telling me that if I stayed with her, she'd buy me all these things. Buy me a car, get me my own apartment in the nice part of town. I didn't believe any of it, but honestly, I was stuck with her in a very bad part of town, and I'd rather stick with a crazy, not armed and dangerous woman than a random dude that might be worse and tried to steal my money. She was so wrapped up in her lie that she was this rich businesswoman that she said, "You should Google me," and I did. Guess what came up? Police records, a story about a stolen car that she was involved with, and a news article archived from the late 80s about her trying to bribe someone into not reporting a pit bull killing their dog. She kept talking about this friend of hers named Chia, that we could go stay with her for the night before the whole hospital thing happened. This Chia person sure seemed to have a lot of identities. First, she was a girl who worked at a courthouse. Then she was an old woman who used a respirator at night so she couldn't hear when Beth went to knock on her door, and then called her. This was one of the stops on the Uber drive. Then he was a man who could give her all the money if we bought him a gift card to a steakhouse. She couldn't keep her story straight at all. She kept putting numbers into my phone for various reasons, claiming they were her family members, even claiming one was her sister. You know, the one that was supposedly in jail? People she could call for help or something. And she was very, very insistent that I delete all those numbers. She made me let her look at my phone to make sure the numbers had been deleted. If it wasn't for that, I probably would have called them out of curiosity after the fact. She got very weird every time I took my phone out, even though I wasn't doing anything but looking at the time. At one point I took my charger out of my purse, and she freaked out thinking I had a gun. The dude I initially ran into that led me into this trap popped up again, knocking on the window of a gas station we were in, and Beth made a huge show of calling the cops on him. He left immediately after knocking on the window. It would have been impossible for him to have tracked us down. He would have had to have been following us all over downtown for 3 hours. I knew the two of them were working together because of this. Because Beth even made a huge point of, "Now how could he have followed us? See, I'm protecting you." I'd like to say let's not meet, but I actually did run into her a few more times after that, and thankfully nothing ever came of it. I was on a bus to work one day, and she was there blabbering to some other guy on the bus. She hid her face when I got off, as if I didn't hear her distinctive voice rambling about her being so rich to scam some poor dude. Good thing the guy didn't get roped into it. This past October, I got the lucky chance to finally work at a haunted house. It's been my dream job since a really young age, and a friend of mine hooked me up with the gig. Maddie had worked at this haunted house the previous year and told me how fun and thrilling it was. I agreed to work with her, and the job was overall amazing. I played Regan from The Exorcist, and my fellow co-workers said I was one of the best acts in the attraction. My bosses were also pretty proud, and even posted a video of me on their Facebook. The job was just pure delight, except for one of the workers. Besides getting home at around 1 in the morning and losing my voice due to constantly screaming, this creepy co-worker almost soured the whole experience for me. Daniel was in his mid-40s. He worked in the haunted house as a butcher. He was a tall and brawny guy, definitely far more intimidating than my other co-workers, who were teenagers. I was 17. So was Maddie. He's bald and had a few tattoos on his arms. Any attempts at conversation were always awkward. I'm not saying that in a judging manner. It was just visible that something was a bit off about this guy. Daniel first started to talk to me after my first shift. He was complimenting my performance and how loud I could scream, which I didn't find odd at all. All the other workers were complimenting me as well, so him mentioning it wasn't out of the ordinary. I thanked him, we exchanged names, shook hands, and that was the end of my shift. Every shift that followed the first, Daniel would always compliment me, shake my hand, and asked me for my name again, even though I'd already told him a handful of times. Then his creepiness only increased. One night, while all the workers are lining up to clock out and leave, Daniel goes on a huge rant to Maddie and me about his personal life. He mentions how much he hates his ex-wife and would love to beat her up because how she abused him. Daniel also said he is divorcing his current wife, whom he says that he still loves. I was just baffled that he, out of the blue, decided to rant about personal issues to 2 teenagers. But I brushed it off, clocked out, and Maddie and I drove home. On the ride home, I told Maddie how odd Daniel is, and she agreed, but argued that he's nice. So keep in mind that Maddie knew I was not particularly fond of Daniel and wanted nothing to do with him. A few shifts later, the worst incident involving Daniel occurred. The haunted house was closed, and all the workers were scrubbing off their grotesque makeup and changing back into their regular clothes. I was out of the break room washing off my makeup with about 6 other people in the room with me, including Maddie and Daniel. Out of nowhere, Daniel just blurts out, "Man, my ride just cancelled on me." I could obviously tell that this was one of those statements where he is fishing for attention. I kept my trap shut and continued washing off my nasty makeup. Maddie, being an overly generous and sometimes airheaded teen, quickly offered to give him a ride. The very moment those words fell from her mouth, my heart sunk to the pit of my stomach. Maddie was also taking me home that night, since we alternated who drove to work. My eyes quickly shifted to Maddie, who somehow didn't see the strangeness in 2 teenagers giving a 45-year-old man a ride home at midnight. Daniel said very happily, "Thank you so much," and detailed where he lived. Knowing I couldn't just blurt out, "No," in front of Daniel, I gave Maddie a stern look and left the room. Bewildered, I walked out of the room to change out of my sweat-drained dress and into my normal clothes with the notion that I am about to endure an awkward and creepy car ride with Daniel. I was livid at Maddie. She knew that Daniel frightened me and never thought to think before she blurted out her offer. I stayed back in the dressing room, too scared to hop in the car with Daniel, but I knew I couldn't stay there forever. So I built up some courage and returned to the break room where Maddie was. Daniel was no longer there, but Maddie was there as well as a few other workers. She informed me that another worker, a very sweet woman who's about Daniel's age, was going to take him home instead of us, and a huge wave of relief washed over me. On our way home, I asked Maddie why the plans changed. What she said further corrected my suspicion. While I was changing out of my exorcist costume, our boss Joey pulled Maddie into his office to say that she couldn't take Daniel home. He elaborates how Daniel is bipolar and can get angry very easily and is violent, and it's not safe for two teenage girls to be alone with him in the middle of the night. That's when the older woman offered to take Daniel home. This incident infuriates me in two ways. One, why would a grown man think it's okay for two teenage girls to take him home? And two, how could Maddie be so blind and lack vital common sense to know this was not a good idea? Thankfully, that moment passed, but there's still one more incident that remains. Ever since the last scenario, Daniel stopped talking to me. If I had to guess, Joey probably told him to stop. About the second to last night at working in the haunted house, Daniel got hurt. While everyone is getting ready and putting makeup on, Daniel enters the break room with a gnarly gash on the top of his head and is spurting out pools of blood. We all thought it was really good makeup at the time, but Daniel claims he was messing with the garage door inside the attraction and it fell on his head. For such a deep cut that was bleeding profusely, Daniel seemed way too nonchalant and insisted that he didn't need medical attention. He just sat in the break room for a while, with the wound just pouring blood while we all applied our makeup. A part of me feels like wounding himself was intentional, but I could be wrong. He just seems way too chill about it all. And that's that. It was really enough to shake me at the time every time I saw him. Thankfully, the room I was positioned in was nowhere near his, so he was never in my room alone. There is one further update I would also like to include. Just a few days ago, I was informed of something that really made my heart stop. Apparently, about a month ago, after the haunted house had closed, Daniel killed himself. I wasn't told how, not that that's any of my business, but the news came out of nowhere. I pray his family is doing all right, and that Daniel is no longer suffering. True crime was, and is, one of my favorite genres of entertainment. I loved reading about serial killers and stalkers and things like that, because none of it had ever touched my life personally. But since this happened, it's become much less rooted in fantasy, and I'm looking out for red flags. During my sophomore year in college, I was a volunteer teaching assistant for an on-campus international student program in the Northeast. Basically, it was the last step students had to take to get a certificate telling potential schools and employers, I can speak English really well, and here's proof. The students tended to come in groups selected by programs in their home countries. So one semester we might have a lot of Chinese and Brazilian students, and the next a whole bunch of Koreans and Saudi Arabians. This particular semester, there were a lot of people from Mexico, and they all lived in an off-campus housing complex called the Suites. Now, my position. As I've said, I was a volunteer. I had some friends from the program in the past, and they knew I wanted to teach English abroad. So they put in a good word with me for the staff, so that I could get some practical skills and experience under my belt. Being as informal an arrangement as it was, I had no qualms about forming personal relationships with the students. In fact, a few of us are still good friends today. I wasn't a very outgoing person at the time, and though I had many friends, I hardly ever drank and had never been to a party. Hearing this, the Mexican students who threw parties every weekend insisted that I come to the next one. The party was fun and comprised almost exclusively of international students, which was nice because I knew most of them. I got really drunk and had fluent conversations in languages I had very loose grasps on. Everything was going great, until a few of us retreated into a friend's dorm for some air. Checking their phones, a few girls realized that Pamela had not returned from Main Street yet, and no one can get a hold of her. Pamela was a 19-year-old Mexican student and had gone to a local eatery after lessons that day in order to meet one of the teachers for a private tutoring session. The session was scheduled for 5 p.m. and should not have gone longer than 7:30. It was 11:30 at this point, and the girls were, understandably, worried. I asked which teacher the tutoring session was with, and they told me it was with Charles. Immediately my skin crawled. There were about 5 teachers at the facility, and Charles was by far the sketchiest. He was around 40 years old, half American, half Japanese, with short but visibly flat-ironed black hair that partially covered his glasses. He honestly looked like a stereotypical weirdo. I'd tried to hop around between classrooms on a weekly basis to get a feel for different teaching methods, but I cut my week with Charles short because he was just so creepy. The way he spoke to his students was condescending and mildly inappropriate, commenting on a girl's blouse or telling risque stories about his own wild college years and how they ought to take a leaf out of his book. All of this in the middle of a class, mind you. Additionally, he would always get uncomfortably close to the Latina students, grabbing their shoulders, touching the smalls of their back, and even grazing their breasts occasionally. He crept me out, as well as everyone else. After sharing some creepy Charles stories, we were all freaked out and ready to do something. Last anyone had heard from Pam was at 5:15, when she texted and said her phone was about to die, but she would figure out a way home when the tutoring was complete. It was the middle of winter in northeastern US, and a blizzard warning was in effect. The diner she was at was a 3-mile walk from the suites, and a few girls suggested she was bunkering down until the warning let up. The problem was, that could be days. Another theory was that she got lost trying to find her way home, and was now in the snow. None of us had a car, so we told a few of the boys and they formed a search party, and started walking to Main Street. Just a few minutes later, they returned with a snow-covered Pamela in their midst. Being from Mexico, none of these people had packed properly for a brutal winter, so when they found her she was freezing and soaked to the bone. After a hot shower and relaxing for a bit, she told us in Spanish what had happened. When she arrived at the diner, Charles was nowhere to be found. She waited for 40 minutes and was just about to leave knowing that a storm was coming, when he finally showed up. He apologized and said that he was just upstairs and had dozed off. He lived in the upstairs apartment, you see, and asked if she wouldn't mind taking the lesson there where it was more quiet. Being a shy, somewhat reserved person who spoke little English, she complied. When upstairs, he started asking her all sorts of questions about herself. Most she could barely answer. And when she stumbled, he would laugh and chastise her for her mistakes. Growing up, we didn't have a lot of money, and we didn't always live in the best neighborhoods. When I was 10, my parents got a great deal on this house that was in an okay neighborhood. They got a 3-bedroom, 2-bath for barely $100K, and for another 10, they got all the furniture inside of it. This kind of deal is basically unheard of in this city. The reason it was dirt cheap is because the current person who lived in it was 40 years old and mentally unstable, and had the mentality of a child. His parents died, in the house by the way. The dad had a heart attack in the living room, and the mother died in her sleep in the master bedroom. He was going to be put in a state care facility because he couldn't take care of himself. The guy took a suitcase full of stuff with him, and the rest was ours. This house was a fixer-upper for sure, and they weren't kidding about his mental state. This guy was a pack rat borderline hoarder. The house had old cereal boxes that expired in the 80s, and this was the 2000s. There were 3 large garbage bags full of old mail, a mountain of pennies on the dining room table. If I had to guess how many there were, I'd say about $300 worth. There was so much dust and dirt, we thought the wall was beige when they were white. The grossest thing we found was in the garage. There was a whipped cream container that was halfway filled with cockroaches and cut in half. On top of that, the guy was a creep. Apparently he would sit in the dining room and count pennies for hours while staring at the next door neighbors through the window. They have small kids, and this freaked them out so much they put up a fence and a hedge. It took us 4 months to sort out the junk from the antiques and fix up the house. On September 11th, 2001, a year later, I was in 6th grade. I went to my first 2 classes like normal. When I got to my 3rd class, an announcement was made over the intercom, and every single kid in my class was to be picked up early except me. Me and the teacher had no idea what happened, why everyone left, and why I wasn't picked up too. The teacher let me use her phone to call my parents while she went to the office to find out what was going on. My mum was at work and didn't answer, and my dad worked nights, so he was at home in the day, and I just called my house phone. "Dad, what's going on? Everyone in class got picked up early." "What do you mean everyone went home early?" My teacher wheeled in a TV and puts on the news as the 2nd tower got hit. "Put on the news, something's happening, please come get me." "Hold on, someone's at the door." I hear my dad yelling at someone. It was hard to make out the words, and then my dad gets back onto the phone. "I can't pick you up now." He's back. "Who?" "You know the guy that used to own the house? I gotta go call the cops." "What?" And then the phone went off. Being 11, I was terrified. To me, World War III was starting, and a crazy guy might be trying to kill my family. My dad never called back, and no one came to pick me up. When I finally did get home, my dad told me that the guy said that this was his house, and that my dad needed to leave. My dad told him that this is his house, and that if he doesn't leave, he was calling the cops. This triggered the guy to start screaming nonsense, hitting himself, and my dad locked the door and called the cops. When they showed up, he started yelling about how it was his house, that his mum was inside, and that my dad was kidnapping her, and that there was millions of dollars buried in the foundation and all kinds of things. All the cops did was give him a ride to the nearest bus station and tell my dad to file a restraining order, which we did. 6 months later, I'm 12, and my parents give me a house key and start letting me be more responsible and stay home by myself during the day. My dad got a day job, so from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., I was home alone. One day, I'm just getting off the bus, and I noticed this guy across the street, staring at me. I brushed it off, figured he was just a parent waiting for the kids to get off the bus. This goes on for about a week. On the last day, I get home, lock the door behind me, and put my book bag down, get a snack, watch TV, and then there's a knock at the door. I look through the peephole. It's the guy from the bus stop. I don't say anything. I don't do anything. I just watch through the peephole, completely frozen. He knocks again, and again, and again. I know you're in there. Open the door, and this is my house. At that moment I knew who it was, and immediately called the police. As I'm on the phone with the cops, he starts losing it, hitting and kicking the door and the wall and screaming at the top of his lungs that this was his house and to get out. When the cops pull up, he walks over to talk with them, I guess thinking they would be on his side. Instead, they arrest him for breaking the restraining order. After that, he finally left us alone. So this happened about 5 years ago, while I was 9 months pregnant. I was Christmas shopping at the mall with my then 7 and 15-year-old daughters, one Saturday night, in a very safe city with a very low crime rate. There was an Applebee's connected to the mall, and we ended our shopping pretty late, and the mall stores were starting to close. So I took my kids to the connected Applebee's for a late dinner. We finish up eating at about 10 and leave out the Applebee's entrance into the practically deserted parking lot, with shopping bags in tow. As we got to the car, I was in the middle of maneuvering the shopping bags on my arms to find my keys, when a 50-ish-year-old crusty-looking guy starts walking up from somewhere in the parking lot, with shaggy grey-white hair and a frayed flannel shirt and old jeans. I notice him briskly approaching. When he was about 40 feet away, he said this: "This is a stick-up. Give me all your money." My blood ran cold, and I stared at him owlishly and shakingly said, "What?" He then said he was just kidding, and came up and stood right next to my daughters, who were standing on the other side of the car waiting for me to unlock the car and let them in. He then starts making small talk with me and my girls. He's asking things like if they were being good girls for Santa, how old they were, and if we got all our Christmas shopping done. What kinds of things did we get? He didn't seem drunk, high, slow, or mentally challenged. He was very coherent and seemed of sound mind. Mind you, I was a heavily pregnant woman, alone with my 2 daughters in a mostly deserted parking lot at 10 at night, who was being approached by a stranger who came and stood right next to my kids on the other side of the car, just shooting the breeze and talking to me and my kids with his hands in his pockets and occasionally looking over his shoulder. I didn't want to aggravate him, so I was politely conversing with him and trying to look calm and nonchalant, while trying to disguise my frantic hands digging inside my giant purse for my car keys. This exchange went on for a few more minutes, while he periodically kept looking over his shoulder. I was silently panicking and trying to politely keep this situation from escalating by calmly and nonchalantly talking with him while also trying in vain to find my damn car keys to get us out of there. They were in there hiding good. I felt right at that moment he was going to pull a knife or gun or rob me, and my kids were right next to him, away from their mother, on the other side of the car, and I couldn't find my keys to get my kids into safety. He kept trying to engage them in conversation, and I could see that my eldest daughter was already a little weirded out, and she kept glancing at me in assessment/reaction to this situation. Kids often tend to not recognize potential danger when they are with their parents, since they see us as their protectors. And being that he was only talking and acting friendly, and I was doing my best to stay calm, they were oblivious to the alarming situation we were all in. And being 9 months pregnant, I was no match for this man, especially if he was hiding a weapon. While still desperately digging for my keys, I tried to politely give him some hints that the conversation was over by saying, "It was nice chatting with you, but I've got to get these kids to bed. Nice meeting you," and telling my girls to say that it was nice meeting him too. My polite attempts to get this guy to leave were thwarted. He kept sidestepping my attempts, asking them what their favourite school subjects were and what nice young ladies they were, etc., while I was struggling with the shopping bags and digging into my giant, cluttered purse for my keys. My outgoing 7-year-old was completely oblivious to how not okay the situation was, because he was being friendly, and because of the whole "I'm with mummy so I'm safe" child mentality. So she started to talk about what she picked out for daddy for Christmas, and started enthusiastically talking about kid stuff and asking him if he knew what Minecraft was, and keeping this creep from leaving us alone by keeping him engaged in conversation. They didn't realize I was becoming desperate to get the hell out of there. That's when I had this sinking feeling of dread, when I realized I may have lost my keys in the mall, and that we were stuck outside with this strange man who kept looking over his shoulder and was showing no signs of walking away. And I was thinking he was waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. All he had to do was grab one of my girls and threaten their life, knowing it would make me do whatever he wanted, as long as he wouldn't hurt them. I started to feel my adrenaline to spike, and my heart and stomach started somersaulting, and I felt like at any moment shit was going to go down, as the gravity of realizing that there were no other people or witnesses around, and that we were totally alone with him at that moment, and the odds were stacked against us, and that he has his chance. Then, all of a sudden he was like, "Okay, it was nice talking with you, see you later," and walked off in the same direction in which he came. It wasn't until then I found my car keys and unlocked the car, told my kids to get in fast, and I got in too and locked the doors, and started the car, and drove the hell out of there. My 15-year-old lightheartedly and jokingly said, "Okay, that was weird," and laughed. I was overwhelmed with relief, and then I was confused over what just happened. I thought to myself, why the hell would a guy, seemingly of sound mind, think it acceptable to go out of his way to approach a woman and her kids in a deserted parking lot late that night, to just chit-chat? But being that nothing bad happened, I brushed it off as a joke. When we got home, my husband greeted us and asked us how shopping went, and I said it went well, and my 15-year-old told him what happened in the parking lot and how weird it was, and was kind of joking about it. I started joking too, saying how I was mentally having a panic attack when trying to look calm, and I started making fun of myself by telling my husband how I was attempting to inconspicuously rummage through my purse to find my car keys. My husband went completely white, and I acknowledged his horrified and alarmed look, and I assured him that, albeit creepy, The guy was just talking and eventually left on his own. Now, my father-in-law is a retired sheriff deputy, and my husband went through police academy training after graduating high school. He decided to go into business school instead of becoming a cop though, and being the knowledge he gained from that, plus growing up with a cop for a dad, I found out why my husband looked absolutely horrified when I told him the details. What my husband told me completely rattled me to the bone. My husband told me that he was 100% sure that the reasoning why the guy was hanging around us just chit-chatting was because he was waiting for me to unlock my car. Now the reason why he was standing next to our kids was because once I unlocked the car and the kids were inside, he was most likely going to force himself into the car with the kids and hold a knife or gun to them as leverage in order to force me to cooperate, knowing that I wouldn't abandon my kids, which would force me into the car with them and do whatever he wanted me to do, which most likely would be to drive to a remote location and do God knows what. And being that he wasn't wearing a mask, suggests that his intentions were to also leave no witnesses to identify him. I then remembered that he was positioned by the backseat passenger door where my 7-year-old daughter was standing by, waiting to get in. My husband then told me that the most likely reason why the guy ended up leaving was because it took so long for me to find my keys, and the longer it took, the more anxious and spooked it made him. And the whole time I was desperate to find my keys, which through some sort of divine intervention, stayed hidden within my purse, thus saving us from a potentially horrifying experience. If you're from England, more notably around London, you may have heard of the Croydon cat killer. This asshole lures cats towards him, and then he brutally kills them. They even remove the microchips and place the body near the family home, so that the shock level is higher. I don't live in Croydon. I live in an area in the southeast of London, and I have 2 cats. A couple of days ago, a road away from mine, someone stumbled on the remains of a black cat missing its head in a skip. Some people believed it to be foxes, even though I don't. I don't know many foxes who carry knives around with them and are able to cut clean lines. The police are even pushing this off in Croydon as foxes. The cat was taken to our local vet, and the vet there determined it was done by a person and not another animal. Then the police finally took notice down here. Only, I always call my cats from the back garden when it's dinner time, as my house backs onto a different but very close alleyway. And tonight when I shouted for my oldest cat, Alfie, I heard a few seconds later, Alfie, from the alleyway. My cats are both with me currently, and they aren't leaving anytime soon. To the sicko, who wasn't shown enough love as a child by mummy or daddy, know that if I ever catch you, I will skin you and hang you from a tree, with your minuscule little member hanging out of your mouth. I promise. And just to let everybody know, Snarl have investigated and are continuing to investigate this, and have also confirmed that this was done by a person and no fox. I really hope that he gets caught soon enough. Creeps like this shouldn't be allowed to walk the streets. I am a 25-year-old woman who currently lives in England. I live in a countryside setting and around 2 hours away from the heart of Cambridgeshire. I live on the end house of a row of houses with my 2 older siblings and parents. I have mousy brown hair, blue eyes, and 5'5", and currently weigh 140 pounds, so I'm not the skinniest of girls. I've been told by many people that I look at youngest 17 to 18. This detail will be important later in the story. So here we go. I'm going to start by saying this is where it all started, back in June of 2019. The past few weeks had been very good weather, and my mum told me previously that she had planned for our relatives to come around for a barbecue. This included my auntie, uncle, and cousin with their kids, and other halves. So yeah, it was a big get-together. So I had started to plan to make the garden look a bit better, as we will have a barbecue outside, so that meant painting, weeding, planting, and flowers. I have to do all this back-to-back work in the evening, as I work very early to midday, and I'm usually back around 3 o'clock. But it was summer, and the sun was out till late, so it wasn't much of an issue. Now, as I previously mentioned, we were at the end house, and our next door neighbor who owns her house, we do not, she rents her room out to tenants, which their window looks out into our garden. So in June every other day, me and my family, once we had finished work, would notice a man. He'd be looking out of the window that is located nearest to the garden fence. He would be staring down at us. We are the kind of family that don't give it too much thought, so ignored him, thinking maybe he was a new tenant that had moved in, just getting used to his new surroundings. But for a few days I would notice that when I came home and started gardening, he would stare at me from his window, therefore making me slightly uncomfortable, but I still tried to not let it get to me, and maybe I was being over-paranoid. A few days passed of him just staring at me, until one day I was coming in through the front door, and he was also outside and went, "Hi, my name's Dave." The nosy neighbor at the window? I awkwardly nodded my head and replied, "Hi Dave, I'm Charlotte." I completely felt sick to my stomach when he smirked and looked at me from top to bottom. I let out a cough in nervousness and then splutter out, "I have to go to dinner, bye." Before he can reply, I rush into the house, feeling very shaky. I again just shake this feeling off and carry on with my day. That is until the evening when I let my dog out into the back garden and realizing he is leaning out of the window. I ignore him by turning my back in that direction, silently praying that he will not talk to me. That's when he pipes up going, "Hey Charlotte." I let out a sigh, cursing my inability to be rude. You see, I'm the type of person who does not like confrontation. I have a lot of patience and just don't like to be rude. "Hi," I reply awkwardly. He smiles again and I feel my stomach eat itself. "So, would you go on a date with me?" I stand there completely frozen. Dave is 60, at least, bald head, tattoos on his arms. I also put in here that when he is always out the window, he never wears a shirt. He has sunken eyes and is extremely skinny. I looked at him uncomfortably and shake my head. "Look, I'm sorry, I'm not interested." He gives me a smirk before going, "Not even for a meal?" he pushes. I shake my head. "Look, sorry, I'm not interested," I say politely. "Not even for a drink?" he says. I grit my teeth. I'm standing there thinking, what the hell is wrong with this dude? Can't he take a hint? I again reiterate I'm not interested, and turn away hoping to cut his conversation short. Am I making you uncomfortable? Can I say hi? I spin my head and give him a, "Are you kidding me?" look, and narrow my eyes. You can say hi, but if you keep asking me out, then yes, it's going to make me feel uncomfortable. I turn away from him, and this is when he continually calls my name. I just ignore him, hoping he'll get the hint and go. But this is where I hear someone to tell him to get down from the window. I will also make everyone aware that my neighbor who owns the house was currently in surgery, and she's elderly, so I don't blame her for all the events following, as I don't think she could have helped in any way either. A few days passed, and it was now July. Every single day that I'm outside doing the garden, which was around 2 hours each, he is always staring out the window at me, or he is lurking just behind the curtain so he thinks I can't see him. I start to dread going outside every day and begin to feel trapped. This is when I tell my family, and my mum and dad decide to have a chat with him. So my mum is like all Mama Bear going next door, and she's the kind of person that is scary because she's calm. So yeah, you don't want to mess with her. They come back and tell me that he has said he is so sorry and didn't mean to make me uncomfortable, and he won't do it again. Basically saying all the stuff they know they want to hear. But for the next few days it doesn't stop. He is again still at the window staring at me, and it's gotten so bad that when I tap on my living room window, my sister knows that he's there, and for her to come out. This is the time when he also puts up some blinds, and I can't tell if he's looking through the blinds at me. I also start to experience trouble with sleeping and panic attacks as the situation is stressing me out so bad. The next incident that happens was again, all the family got home from work at the same time, and we started to put the cars in the garden. We have our own driveway in our back garden as the garden is huge. I was absolutely dying to go to the toilet, so Mum, seeing this, gave me the front door key. I ran around the front door about to put the key in the front door when I heard that next door's door had opened. I look up and see Dave smirking at me. My heart just about stopped and I felt an overwhelming feeling to run away. Seconds later, my brother was by my side. Instead of going into the front door, we ran back to the back garden to go in the back way. Unknown to me at the time, my mum had seen Dave jump down from the window when he saw that I was going to the front door. My mum then shouted for my brother to follow. Within the next few weeks, the evenings stayed the same with me gardening and him staring. My sibling would often come out with me, but he would disappear and reappear if they went indoors. Another day of me gardening, and my brother was outside in the garden as well, as was the creep, staring out of the window. My legs started shaking, and I honestly thought that they would collapse underneath me. My nerves felt like they were eating me alive, and I felt like I was on the brink of another panic attack. "Bro, I'm gonna go start the front garden." He nodded, replying he would come with me to keep me company. Once we started doing the front garden, Dave came out with a handful of rubbish 4 times while looking at me up and down. I thought I was gonna break down crying. I'm standing there just screaming, "Why won't he leave me alone? I told him I'm not interested, just leave me alone." I look away and concentrate at the leaves I'm putting in bags. Dave then proceeds to walk out, slam the door in the opposite direction, and down the street. The way our houses are set up is that it's basically like a small estate, so you can do a lap around the houses and you will walk past our house. I'm cleaning the leaves, and mentally in my head I'm thinking he's going to pass the block and walk past us. And lo and behold, 10 minutes later, he walks straight past our gate and goes, "How you two doing?" I ignore his attempts at talking as I feel my blood rush into my ears and my heart would not stop pumping. I look at my brother and he gives me a concerned look. The next day, I'm sitting in the garden and I get a picture of him looking out the window staring at me. This was for future evidence for the police. After a few days of him lurking at his windows, I'd had enough and called the non-emergency police line. They said they would be out that evening, Saturday around 8, and 2 officers came and I explained the whole situation. I won't bore you with the details, but I broke down crying, and all they said was it was suspicious him looking out the window, but there wasn't a lot they could do. They said they would look into it, but I never heard back from them. There I was, sitting like a prisoner in my own home. I couldn't even go into my own garden without feeling uncomfortable, because I knew he would be lurking there. A few more days carried on with the same routine, but this time I only went out for around 20 minutes because I was just too scared to go into my own garden. My panic attacks had started to worsen, and I was having one nearly every day. I was getting sleep paralysis, and I would see him standing at the end of my bed. I was having mood swings where one day I would be feeling alright, and then an hour later be in tears because I couldn't cope with the constant paranoia. Even when I did laugh and smile, it was fake, because the stress was overwhelming and I couldn't be myself. Even the shakes I had were uncontrollable. Then the following Friday it was pouring down with rain, and I was finishing the last bits, as the barbecue was 2 weeks away, and again, I was outside, but this time I had to plant a sunflower below his window. I felt his eyes piercing through the back of my head. I started to uncontrollably shake, and my heart was pounding in my ears. I couldn't take it anymore. Could he just leave me alone? I knocked on the window to get my sister to come out, and she started to help me. I heard him cough above us, and I snapped. My previous being polite attitude went out the window. I met his eyes. "Would you stop looking at me?" I yelled. He had a split second of shock on his face before he came back to his senses and frowned. "I could look out my window if I want." I gritted my teeth. The nerve of him. "Yes, but you always are staring at me. Just leave me alone." "I have the right to look out the window. I don't care. I can and I will." I saw my sister's face turn sour. "You're looking at her whenever she goes. You don't stop gawking." I hear the anger in her voice, but I'm more concentrated on trying to calm myself down. "Piss off," he yells, disappearing from sight. I grit my teeth, trying to push the tears down. What is his problem? A minute later, he returns to the window and says loudly, "I've had a look on Google. It says here I have the right to look out my windows. I know my rights." We both reply, But he's staring at me, which is making me even more uncomfortable, and I've already told him to stop. He then proceeds to tell my sister to piss off, as well as a few other things. This is when I yell at him, "Excuse me? What did you just say?" This argument proceeds with my family coming out and my mother telling him to get down or she will call the police as he is harassing us, and he tells her to piss off, as well as a few other horrible things that I don't want to repeat. You know, very colourful language. She says she'll call the police and we all run inside. This argument was a bit longer, but I cannot remember all of the details as it was just a few months ago and everyone was yelling in the heat of the moment. We do just that, and the local police said they'd be around next day, Saturday. The next day around 3 o'clock, the police come, and they seemed to take it a bit more seriously. I said I had previously reported it, and big surprise the other police officers had not put it on record. The police officer Jenny told me to explain everything. I did, and when she asked me the question, "What would you like to happen?" I couldn't hold it in and broke down. I just said, "I want him to stop. I don't know how to make it stop." I couldn't handle the stress anymore. After a long discussion, she said she was going to look into it, and I nodded, not really expecting much. But the next day, she called me and asked if I would be willing to write a statement, which I did. The next day was Monday, and this was when I wrote my statement. And when I was told he was a registered offender, he would be arrested the following morning for stalking and harassment. I was so relieved, but I did not know that this was going on for a few more months. The following day they arrested him at 8 a.m. I felt a little lighthearted, and I saw them break down the door and drag him away in cuffs in the police car. That evening I also learned his full name, which I looked up. I went on to do research and found out he spent 10 years in prison for grooming a 13-year-old. This brings me to the last 5 months. I was told I was being summoned to court in October. The arrest happened in August. So a few months of worrying/paranoia, although he was out on bail, but was not allowed in my village or anywhere near me. When October rolled around, I was a bundle of nerves. So I'm sitting in the waiting area of witnesses. Everything's a blur, and I just want all of this to be over. The prosecutor then comes into the room with a crestfallen look on his face and sadly tells me that my case has been adjourned and the case will have to be booked. I again break down and can't believe my luck. He's walking the streets and he could be terrorizing another young girl. I'm then told the next court date will be February, and this brings me to the past 2 weeks. I get to court again. This time, I don't really feel like being a witness, but I know it's better for my case if I do. They usually start around 9, but are late, so they say it will start at 10. 10 rolls around, then 10:30, then 11, then 11:15. I'm starting to get worried again. What if it's adjourned again? I won't be able to have the guts to come next time. I see the prosecutor come in, and I hold my breath. He smiles. He pleaded guilty. I let out a squeal and a half sob. It's all over. This is when he tells me more that I was not aware of. 2 months before he moved into the house next door, he assaulted 3 girls underage, and every year before that he has done something similar. I'm gobsmacked. Why the hell is he still on the streets? He then tells me, Charlotte, earlier I asked you how old you were. It's because you look very young for your age, and the way he was approaching you is similar to the way he approached the other girls. I stare at him but nod my head silently. I didn't realize how close to danger I had become. It's so frightening. I've just found out he got sentenced to 8 months. Not as much as I would have liked to, considering the nightmare he put me through, and those poor other girls. Though he's got 2 years probation, community service and unpaid work. I also have a restraining order which I'm very pleased about. So yeah, I'm wanted to share this for ages. Everyone out there, be safe and always trust your gut. If you feel unsafe, always tell someone, even if you feel silly about it. And to Dave, who put me through 7 months of hell, you most likely ruined those poor girls' lives. I hope you rot in hell. This was 2 to 3 years ago in India, and my father and I were driving home from a wedding. I don't know how much you all know about weddings over here, but this was a 3-day event that involved the entirety of 2 middle-of-nowhere nothing villages. It was a huge deal, and we were the only white people the majority of these folks had ever seen. So beyond the bride and grooms themselves, we were the best guests. This meant near constant attention, no relaxation or any time to ourselves, and sleep came in the form of a concrete slab of a bed with a thin blanket over it, nestled snugly in between apparently every drunk uncle the village could hold, all passionately arguing for hours about something in Hindi. I think it was maybe the music which also constantly blared from the concert-sized speakers through the whole village. It was safe to say by the time we left the wedding, we were already extremely sleep-deprived and out of it. This isn't even the fun part though. Through an odd chain of events that isn't totally related to this story, while driving home on the single-lane road that had traffic in both directions, dodging donkey carts, groups of scooters, and other drivers at 120 kilometers per hour, we get in a head-on collision. I remember realizing what was going to happen a few seconds before it did, closing my eyes, loosening my body, and making sure my tongue would be okay. And then bam, the world turned upside down, and again and once more. Our car flipped 4 times, landing down in an overgrown field near the spot of the accident. The other car was mostly gone, and what was left of it was still on the road. Glass everywhere. My dad was unconscious, my clothes ripped to shreds, and there were voices all around me. I remember being extremely confused and dazed. and I hurt. Why did I hurt? Dozens of people had apparently stopped to flip the car back over to help the American tourist out. A few people pulled me out through the left-hand broken window and immediately went back in to help my father on the driver's side. I, extremely confused, exhausted, and scared, and most likely concussed, which I later found out is definitely concussed, wandered over to the road and the other demolished car. I could hear a siren in the distance. An ambulance? The cops? I didn't pay attention. Where were my shoes? Suddenly a man had his arms around my shoulders, and I was ushered into an unknown white car a small distance away from the wreck. "I will take you to the hospital," he said. "Where's my father?" He ignored me. "He is fine, come on." He pushed me forward, and in a daze I followed, asking about my things, my shoes, and my dad. All I had was my phone, which was still in a death grip in my hand. He ignored me. "Do not worry, hurry, get in the car." I did as I was told, though I remember asking a few more times about my shoes. I was limping barefoot, and remember being forced on my right foot. How it wouldn't work, basically ignoring the guy guiding me away from the accident and the rest of the people. Why did it hurt so much, and where was my bag? The man urged me forward some more, making promises that my things were fine and that he had them already and just to get into the car. I was barely paying attention, slowly moving forward. Where was my dad? At that point, I guess, the man decided I wasn't moving fast enough. He wrenched my phone from my hand, maneuvered me into the back seat and slammed the door behind me. He was walking around the driver's side when an ambulance pulled up. I struggled with the door, saying I'll get the ambulance instead. But my dad must be there, and where are my things? "No!" He slammed the door again, locking it this time. "Be quiet." At this point I started crying, and was still confusedly trying to open the locked door, blubbering that I needed my things. He insisted he was helping me out, and to shut up. He rushed around, opened the driver's side door, and was about to get in, when I heard an almost roar-like sound erupt to my left. Suddenly my father was there, bleeding, limping, ignoring the chaos, and angrier than I'd ever seen him. "Get my daughter out of your car." He grabbed the man who was halfway in the vehicle at that point and threw him to the ground, unlocked the back seat door and rushed around to pull me out. "Dad, where are my shoes? Does he still have my phone?" I obviously asked to thin air, as my dad was already back a few feet away shouting, hands around the man's throat demanding my phone. With a terrified look, the man pulled it out his pocket and threw it several feet away, causing my dad to drop him onto the pavement in one swift motion and bound after the device. After that point, the man hurriedly climbed into his car and sped away, while I made my way back to the waiting ambulance, still not ready processing what just happened. My dad materialized on the bench next to me a few seconds later, my cracked phone in hand, and enveloped me in a hug while saying how scared he was. The paramedics moving all around us, securing everything and preparing for the drive to the hospital. Everything after that is a story for another time. But to the random Indian man who most likely tried to take me from my parents at the scene of an accident, let's never meet again. Rewind to early 2000s. I'm a junior in high school working my first job at a pizza place in a small one-horse town. My best friend, called Holly, lives right down the road from where I work and a few blocks away from our school. So I was over all the time at her parents' and we were totally cool. She has a weird older brother I didn't really care for and had a best friend called Michael. This friend Michael I'd met a few times in passing. They were always outside working on cars when I saw them at the house. It was always your typical teenage exchange. No flirting that I noticed, but I wasn't into either of them, so I wasn't giving them much attention. One day Michael breaks his leg, and apparently this kid had a bad home life or such, and Holly's parents offered up their house for his recovery, even though they were all going on vacation and no one would be there to help care for him. So Holly's mum, knowing I work a block away, asks if I can swing by after work to check on him. I was willing to do a favor for her and agreed, even though I knew I'd be dead by then. After a Saturday night of serving endless pies and Rockefeller oysters to a small town mix of Sons of Anarchy wannabes and 50-year-old sun-bleached alcos that talk way too close to your face. Fast forward to 2:15. I'm real tired, but on my way to Holly's to check on the guy. I don't really know at all. I come in and he's all set up on the couch watching TV. We greet each other and it's all smiles while we small talk for a bit, and then I ask him if he needs anything. He asked me to bring him a few things from the kitchen, food, water, whatever it was, and I made the mistake of sitting down in a chair and found myself unable to get up. I was so tired, I texted Holly and told her I was going to crash in her bed. I knew she wouldn't mind, and I'm pretty sure she had offered it to me beforehand anyway. He's chatting me up on the couch the whole time, and we're both kind of absently watching TV while I muster the energy to move. I get up, tell him I'm actually going to crash in Holly's room, and I'll see him in the morning to get him anything if he needs it before I go home. I go in, close the door, kick off my shoes, and just lay down on the top of her twin bed in all my clothes and passed out pretty quickly. What I wake up to about an hour later is a sort of jiggling around my waist. Also, out of my periphery, I see a dark figure crouching next to the side of my bed. I'm slowly waking up more each second, but I was pretty out of it. At first, I jolted upright and sort of panicked. I genuinely thought something was wrong for a minute. You know, for him to be in the room I was sleeping in. I said, "What's wrong?" As soon as I spoke, he shuffled around a lot because, guys, he's on crutches. He struggles to get back on and quickly leaves while muttering something along the lines of, everything's okay." I laid there propped upright, watching him as he shuffled out and closed the door behind him. As he did this, I came to the reality out of my sleeping fog. Wait, why was he in here? And was he just fumbling with my belt? I looked down. Sure enough, he had started to unfasten it. He must have been stealthily working on it for a few minutes for me to not wake up immediately. That's when the fear crept in. I checked the time, 4 a.m. Way too late to go to my parents. My parents had just gotten divorced, and if I showed up in the middle of the night, my dad would think I was out partying. It was a sore subject at the time, and I didn't want any more drama with them. I knew I wouldn't be able to convince him otherwise after I told him I was staying at Holly's, and didn't bother telling him about the whole Michael thing anyway. So in my eyes, I had nowhere to go. I began to doubt the whole thing. This couldn't be happening to me. And I thought since he'd been caught, he wouldn't dare try it again. So I just lay there for a few hours, go home a decent hour, and this nightmare would be over. Well, that's what I thought. I fall asleep again. I know, but I was scared and tired at 5 a.m. Take 2, to his shadow crouched near me once more. He's tugging even harder at my belt, and was more determined this time. I jolt up, backed against the wall, and didn't say a word. He just did this whole shuffle of picking up his freaking crutches and quickly shuffling out. No words exchanged. I think I was in shock. The fact that someone was just helping themselves to my sleeping body was one thing, but that he must have sat there contemplating it for a while and finally pulled up his crippled self from the bedrest and hovelled in there so quietly and thought he might get away with it. I was there to help out that arsehat and decided I had to get the hell out of there. So I crawled out of Holly's window and got into my car ASAP. I still felt I couldn't go home at 5 a.m. though, so I just parked by a close church in my back seat with the doors locked. The next day, I told Holly about it, and she told me that she would catch both Michael and her brother sneaking into her room at night and peeking in on her, changing and other pervy stuff. Sometimes I wonder if it took her this long to tell me that's what they've done. I wonder what she hasn't told me about. I didn't mention it to the parents or anything. Teenage girls don't tend to understand just how violated they were in certain situations and shake it off. So naive. I don't go over there often anymore, and never when I know her brother's home. We're still friends though. But to creepy Michael, let's not meet again, or I'll break your other leg. When I was 9, I went to a school that was in a village nestled in the English countryside. It was a small, quiet, close-knit community where everyone knew everyone else's business. It was very cliquey actually, but anyway, it wasn't unusual for groups of children to roam around the village unaccompanied. Obviously, this is a no-no to most people nowadays, but this was the late 90s to early noughties, and in a village where literally the only big crimes in a 20-year period were an illegal rave in a barn and some guy setting his van on fire for the insurance money. Across the street from the front entrance of my school was a narrow dirt lane that turned into a bridleway at the end. It only had a few houses along it, and about halfway up was a park. It wasn't a weird park or anything. There was a playground and a large playing field around it, which backed onto farmland that stretched on for miles. I didn't have any friends at school until I was around 8, and the ones I did had known each other since they were infants, so I was kind of out of the loop. I had moved away from the village when I was 7 to another one about a 15-minute drive away, and my mum didn't know many of their parents as she wasn't from the area. She also liked to take me straight home after school rather than leave me to play with my friends in the village. If my mum drove all the way out to pick me up, she'd be annoyed to leave me and then have to come out again. This was also before everyone had a phone, so I never had any way of calling her either, as I was too shy to ask a friend if I could use their line. However, I happened to live in a flat above one of my friends, who I often played with in the countryside surrounding our house. This occurrence took place on one of the few times I spent a longish period in the village outside of school, and of course it would be creepy. So it was my friend Lewis's 10th birthday, and he had a party I was invited to. We had the party with a few other kids, and then later on in the afternoon, most of them went home. After this, it was just me, my friend Hannah, my older brother who was also friends with Lewis, and I think 2 other kids from the village. We decided to go out and play. We went to the lake, the village hall, and around the churchyard, the World War II pillbox, and finally the park. It was a really fun day because we had literally no supervision at all. So there we were, playing army or something with sticks and toy guns, when suddenly my friends freeze and go silent. It stretched on for a few moments. I don't know why they had gone quiet. I was asking what was going on, when suddenly they all started running into the trees. I had the urge to run with them, but despite being really confused, when we got there, we climbed up the trees and waited for quite a while. My friends looked out over the field to the area we'd just been playing in. Finally, Lewis and one of the other kids told me that the guy from the other week was back. He had been watching them from the park entrance. At first I couldn't see anything, but after a few moments of looking through the leaves, I saw this fat, bald, middle-aged guy who was wearing a white shirt standing at the edge of the main play area of the park, exactly where we'd just been playing. He was dressed like he'd just gotten off work or something, but he still looked really creepy even from a distance. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, just staring at us across the field for literally half hour before he finally left. We calmed down a little and decided we should head home, as it was nearing sunset. I don't know if it was some kind of weird power trip for him or something, but it was certainly creepy, and I know we were right to run away. We returned to Lewis's house, taking the back way through the fields. Then after a while, my mum came to pick me, my brother, and Hannah up and take us home. It was really scary, but my friends didn't bother telling anyone about it. I don't think anything more happened with the guy after this, and my friends didn't speak of it again. However, it turned out that it wasn't the first time something like this had happened, and a while afterwards, I remembered something. About a week before this incident, I was in the lobby going up to the front door, and for some reason there were two police officers talking to my friend's mother at the entrance to their flat. I heard from my mum later on that Hannah's mother had called them after something weird had happened earlier that day. Apparently Hannah and a couple of kids from the village had been playing in the park after school, when the creepy guy had shown up with a pair of really big, unfriendly dogs. He threatened to slit their throats or something to that effect, and set the dogs loose on them. I'm not sure what breed they were, but apparently they were big and extremely aggressive. They chased my friends down, but they managed to flee to some trees lining the edge of the park and climbed up them to safety, and the guy and his dogs eventually left them alone. When they felt it was safe enough, they went to Lewis's house and explained to his mother what had happened. Lewis and Hannah's mother were really good friends who went way back, so she called Hannah and the other kids' mum to tell them what had happened. As far as I know, nothing much was done about it, which is weird to me considering this is a village that didn't have a big population. The police in my local area are kind of crap to say the least, but fortunately, we never encountered this weirdo again. I have 3 children. My middle child, my son, is the sweetest thing. He is compassionate and emphatic, which at his age of 3 is rare. When we go out in public, people take notice, especially if it's just him and I. He will talk your head off and has impeccable manners. It was during a last-minute shopping trip this takes place. One child was in school, the other was with my mum. So he and I had some alone time. I always treasure these trips because I get to experience his beautiful personality unfiltered. We go to the store and get what we need of the food section, then head to the toiletries. He is happy talking away, mostly about things relevant to him in his 3-year-old mind, telling me he's a superhero having to save a princess, asking to pick up something special for his brother and sister. All around, a cute kid. We go down the oral hygiene aisle and pick up some toothpaste. As we're leaving the aisle, I notice a man and a woman together. I'm assuming they're married. The woman continues on the aisle, where the man just stops to where my son and I are, and just stares. I figured he was listening to our conversation, as most people do. But seriously, this kid talks a lot. It didn't freak me out, but just made me more alert. So this guy, without prompting, says, "He's cute. Can I have him?" I was weirded out, but say, "Ha, no, I love my boy. I think I'll keep him." Well, that's too bad. I'm thinking that's going to be the end of our exchange, and I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and assume he's joking, and didn't realize he was being creepy. At this point, my son sees a Batman toothbrush he must have, and I explain to him, yes, it might be the most amazing toothbrush ever, but I just don't have the money to buy another one right now. Being 3, he was obviously upset. End of the world type stuff. So the man completely bypasses me and comes up to my son. "What about this one? Do you like this one? If you lived with me, I'd get it for you." Now I'm completely freaking out. Who ignores the mother to talk to the child, offering him something he can't have? What did he expect? My son to say in front of me that he wants to go with the man, and I just let him? It was super weird. Him coming at my son like that? I gave him the full effect of, touch my kid, and I will make your face bleed. He sort of backs off, but doesn't go to join his wife. I'm super cautious when it comes to my kids, because my aunt was murdered by a serial killer. It has left this aura of fear, despair, and paranoia in my family, making something big out of something small. But I knew this was big. At this point, I'm like, screw it, and noped out of there. This guy very cautiously starts to follow us, going into an aisle when we're heading out. He was trying very hard to be nonchalant, staying a good ways behind us, so as to not arouse suspicion. But being hyper-aware for the reasons I just said, I took notice. I go down aisles I had already been down, and then go again. He followed us everywhere. What was he trying to do? Kidnap my kid in the middle of a crowded supermarket? After this dance of ours, I decided to head to the bathroom and hide out for a while. What do you know? He heads to the men's room. I get into the restroom and block the door with my body, meaning someone would have to knock before coming in. I figured if he tried to force his way in, I'd have a head start. I decided if he was still there when we got out, I would alert security. I could have handled him if he decided to make his move, since I practice Muay Thai, but I really try not to use it if I can help it, because it can be a brutal art form. My son and I chill out in the bathroom for 45 minutes. I give him my phone to play around with, thinking of what my next move is, and all these horrible things this guy could have planned for my son. All the while, trying to imagine this guy's endgame. Abduct him in broad daylight? He would have to have known he'd get caught, because I'd make a huge fuss. Anyway, it ends anticlimactically, because when we left, the guy was gone. I just think how lucky we are that nothing happened, and that this guy wasn't more patient. I have no doubt in my mind he would have done something sinister after following us about and clearly being desperate for my kid. In 2015, I made the move from my town in England to Washington State. I moved to an area that was small enough to not really get any tourists, and it made my accent stand out a lot. I was fairly used to people doing a double take as soon as I opened my mouth, but this time was a little different, and it seriously shook me up. I'm a female, and was 20 at the time. It was around 1 a.m., and I was letting my dogs out before I went to bed. Unfortunately, my wife and I didn't have a fenced yard, or even a backyard. Our younger dog has to be taken out on a leash, meaning I had to take them for a super small walk. I opened the door, and Bailey, the older dog, goes plodding off. Gremlin tugging on her leash. Hold on, I say to her, laughing. I walk down the steps and take them to the side of the house to our front yard. A gentleman turns the corner and stops. Your dogs are lovely. I turn to look at him and smile. Thank you so much. He does the double take and comes closer to me. I love your accent. Are you Australian? I laugh and explain that I'm English, while Gremlin comes over to him for some attention. What's your favorite kind of dog? Pugs, I tell him enthusiastically. I love them. The guy stands up. This is where it gets creepy. I have a pug. I react happily, asking the usual dog questions when he suddenly steps even closer right into my personal space. You should come meet my dog. He's staring at me intently, and now I'm pretty uncomfortable. I politely decline, saying I was about to head to bed, and moving on to our little yard and closer to the property. The man follows me, keeping the uncomfortable closeness. I only live up the street. Come meet my pug. Again, I decline, to which I start to walk into the house. There's a part of me that doesn't want to open the door, in fear that he pushes his way in. However, I don't manage to get to the front door. He corners me against the side of my house, grabbing my arm. Come with me. It's not a question. We won't be long. My heart is racing, and I could already tell I'm going to have bruises from his tight grip. The man now tries to pull me, but I plant my feet firmly. No, please get off my property and let me go. I will shout so my boyfriend will come running. So cliche, but I don't know what else to do. It doesn't work. He pulls harder, actually making me move a few steps forward. Come with me now. No, I say loudly, despite knowing no one will come hear me as my wife works night shift. That's when Bailey, my wife's 10-year-old Cocker Spaniel, jumps off the porch where he had been patiently laying, waiting to be let back in. Never before have I heard her growl, but that night I did. Bailey bares her teeth, snarling at the man, shoveling her way between us. Gremlin picks up on Bailey's attitude and joins in by yapping at the man. He lets me go and takes a few steps back with shake obviously written on his face. Bailey, get him! I say it like it's a command she might recognize, when really I might as well be telling her to read the paper. The fake command works, however, and the man takes off running. I bend down in tears and wrap my arms around Bailey, her little stump tail wagging madly as she looks at me for confirmation she did good. We head to the front door pretty quickly, and I double-check that every door and window is locked before curling up with the dogs, treat bag in hand. So creepy stranger who wants me to meet his pugs, let's not meet again. When I was 19, I was still living on the family ranch deep in the Texas brush country. My father had hired some men as extra hands, and they stayed in the little travel trailer near the main house. One night when everyone had gone out, I stayed home alone. Earlier, one of the men, a younger guy in his 20s, had tried to talk to me and flirt. I had no interest. I had a boyfriend at the time and ignored him. So jump to later that night, home alone. I find this guy at my living room window looking in at me. I was watching TV when I heard weird noises outside the window. We didn't have air conditioning. Summer nights are very cool, so we always had our windows open. I turn to look out the window, and when my eyes finally focus, I see that guy there. His face pressed against the window screen, making kissy lips, and by the obvious movement of his shoulder and breathing heavily, he was jacking off. I was freaking out. There was no one home. I run to the kitchen and grab a knife, and back to the window. But he's gone. A very long hour later, my folks show up, and I tell them everything. My father obviously is livid, goes to where they're staying, but the guy isn't there. The others say they hadn't seen him since earlier. We all calm down and figure he left on his own. My father has told the rest of them they will be leaving as well in the morning, and we all go to bed. In my room, I'm laying on my bed, which was just my queen mattress on my floor, a trend I was trying out, and it was right under the window. As I'm laying there trying to sleep, I hear this man's voice. "Hey, sweetie." And it was that guy at my window, trying to get in. I scream my lungs out. Both parents come running in. I'm sobbing hysterically, pointing to the window. With the lights on, you could see he had already torn the corner of the screen. My father runs out the house in his underwear, catches up with the guy trying to run, and beats the ever-loving crap out of him. We went to the trailer and started beating the crap out of the men there. They're obviously scared. They didn't really know what was happening. Then my dad goes into the house and grabs his firearm. It was a big one, and he stands there in the doorway of the travel trailer making sure everyone gets their stuff and leaves. Before they go, he pulls one aside and whispers in his ear. The man nods, and write something down on a piece of paper. It was a phone number, because that morning I heard my dad yelling into the phone about what happened and how it will never happen again, and the only reason he didn't kill the guy was because he didn't feel like digging a hole. For clarity, the men were illegal aliens, which my father always hired to help on the ranch. We live in South Texas, 4 hours from Mexico. My dad never had problems with them before, and I had grown up around them all my life. My father was also what is known as a coyote. He'd pick up or run the men to their next stop for a little bit amount of money, and was a well-known place to rest, work, and be transported to the next destination, usually Houston. So that leads up to my next point. It wasn't unusual to get randoms just showing up. I am what I would most certainly call a creep magnet. I get weirdos all the time, and it's become a joke I share with my friends and co-workers, telling them of the many, oh so many creepers I've encountered in my time as a retail employee. I get all kinds of people in my store, and I'm known very well for my bright attitude and overall chipper way of being, which has come to be loved by my regulars and newcomers alike. It's more than likely a contributing factor as to why I get so many weirdos. And my height. I'm a very short girl, standing at 4'8" and looking about 5 years younger than my age of 21. I'm rather filled out for how young I look. That's another reason as well. But on to the story. Today was just like any other. Just another ordinary day working by myself in the store, checking out customers, stocking shelves in my moments away from the register. A normal day. At some point while on register, I greeted a man with a large dark beard, bald, and wearing glasses as he came through the door. He immediately smiled and got that surprised look on his face that I've come to know as, "Oh shoot, I'm gonna totally creep on this girl today" look. No biggie, I'm used to it. I know how to handle myself. Eventually, after an hour or two of being on the register, I'd pretty much cleaned the store out of my customers and moved on to stocking candy. The man before with the beard approaches me with a smile and holds up a large, white trash can. Excuse me?" "Yes," I reply, glancing up from the box I'm stocking. "Are there any more of these in the back? This one doesn't have a lid." He says that and gestures to the large trash can in hand. "Oh, yeah, I can check that for you." I smile and am polite, like how I always am, before turning away and heading towards the stockroom. I notice he's following me and think nothing of it, but glance down the aisles for another customer as I walk. Immediately, I take note of the store's emptiness. Ah, damn, it's just us in the store, I think to myself. Moving through the stockroom door, I'm quickly relieved as this guy stops at the entrance. "I'll be right back." I say that as I make a turnaround some full rolltainers, which due to just relieving a truck, our stockroom is full of them. They stand very tall and are like giant movable walls, but very big and heavy, mind you. So being small, I don't have to move them much to make a path through them and see what's on them. So after only a minute, I've made myself a little path, having 3 heavy ones on my right and left in front of me. I decide to give up on my search for trash cans. Sighing, I go to turn around and inform him of my defeat, only to find he's in my tiny path of walls, a very tight squeeze for a man of his stature, standing directly behind me. Find them? No, I don't think we have any. I tried to laugh and avoid acknowledgement of the creepy situation, but so aware of my surroundings. I'm in a very small area with walls at my back and sides towering over myself, and this very robust man is standing in the way of my only exit, in a room very far from any customers, with no cameras and no other employees at the store. I'm helpless, and increasingly growing scared at how this man isn't moving to let me out. I go to voice that I need to return to work after a solid minute goes by, but I'm not able to get a single word before he says in this creepy, almost shy voice, "You're just the cutest little thing. Did you know that?" Within an instant, I'm scared and feel ill intention from this guy. Oh my God. This is how I die. Surprising myself though, I choke out without hesitation. "I just heard my bell." "What?" He looks confused and doesn't budge. "I just heard my bell. There are people up front who need to be checked out and are looking for me." I stand nervously, knowing full well neither of us heard the familiar ching from the service bell that I kept on the register. "But what about my trash can?" he asks, stepping forward but taking a glance back towards the trash can, and again, with lightning thinking, I blurt out, "I'll mark it down to half price. No big deal." Laughing and trying to act like nothing is out of the ordinary, I slip by him, seeing my opening at his turning around, and I try my hardest to walk away, pretending to be calm as I exit the stockroom, then sprint to the front of the store the moment I was out of sight. He wound up leaving without purchasing the trash can. So, creepy guy who I expect to pull something like that again? I hope you and I do not meet again. I work at a hotel in my town and was driving my husband's truck to work as he was taking mine to the shop to get serviced. He has a very large truck and I only drive it when I absolutely have to. When I pull into the side parking lot, I notice the entire lot is covered in snow and no one can see the lines for the spots. I look like a moron and try to park in what I hope is a spot, backing up and moving forward several times. When I finally park, I get out of the truck and grab my backpack, when I hear someone yelling from the sidewalk from behind the parking lot, "You need to learn how to park." I'm embarrassed, but just close the truck door, lock it, and begin walking to the front of the building. Now, the hotel has a side entrance for employees, but it takes a code, and I have a bad memory. So I just walk to the front and go through the main entrance, and I hear the guy yell again, "Did you hear me?" I walk faster and take a peek behind me. The guy's following me. I keep walking but call back, "Please leave me alone, I need to get to work." Before I can reach the corner of the building and make my way to the entrance, the guy grabs my arm and spins me around. I'll never forget what this guy looked like for as long as I live. He wore dark clothes with a torn-up winter coat. His eyes were bloodshot, and he smelled like a combination of cigarettes and whiskey. I guess he must have been drunk, but didn't slur at all when speaking. "You're coming with me." The guy began dragging me back to the truck, and I tried to pull my arm away from him. "Let go of me!" "Give me the key. We're taking a drive." I began yelling for help, and his grip on my arm got tighter. I'm a 26-year-old woman, not skinny but a lot smaller than this guy. He was dragging me easily, and the snow on the ground just made my feet slide along. "Someone help, please!" No one was near us, and I keep fighting to get away from this guy. I prayed that there would be guests that could possibly hear me, but it was our slow season, so most likely there'd be no one in the rooms on that side of the building. The guy turns back to glare at me. "Shut up and give me the keys." Now, I was carrying my backpack on one shoulder, as it was big and bulky from my uniform and shoes. I quickly slipped the strap down my arm, grabbed it, and swung it right into his face. The guy let me go, and I just ran for my life to the front doors. I heard the guys screaming, but ignored him. I was way too scared to look back at him. I ran inside, and all the way to the employee locker room. When I finally calmed down enough, I went to the front desk to talk to security. Sadly, there were no cameras on that side of the building, so nothing was recorded. They called the cops and made a report. The cops informed the general manager of the hotel that they needed to seriously consider security cameras on that side of the building, as drunks and drug users were known to be in this area, as there was a bar just a few streets down. They got a description for the guy and said they would keep an eye out for him. The manager apologized like crazy about the incident, but I told him it wasn't his fault. He's a really good guy. I did ask the security guards to follow me out, so that I could check on the truck. Thankfully, it was fine. The security guard promised to make more rounds outside, especially that early in the morning. So I told my husband. He drove me to work the next day, and I was happy to see that security were keeping their word and they would make rounds outside that time of morning. They still currently are. I'm driving myself to work again, but I don't get out of my truck until I see the security guard. He watches to make sure I get in okay. I think he's also hoping to catch the guy if he comes back. The guy that covers him on his days off does the same thing. I'm going to be obtaining pepper spray, perhaps something else after work today. I haven't heard from the police yet, and I may not. Hopefully the guy was scared off from coming back to this area, or maybe he tried to go back and the security guard scared him off. Either way, I hope to never see him again unless he's in handcuffs and being taken to jail. And thankfully he didn't get my backpack. In any case, I hope to never meet him again. Just over a month ago, I made one of the biggest mistakes I possibly could have in giving a very shady person my phone number. For a bit of background, I am a college student who works in an airport shop. One of the adjacent shops is a place I frequent. Said shop is where I met Adam. I spoke with him a few times, and on one of my visits he was asking me what I do for hobbies. We soon began conversing over video games, music, and other interests. He mentioned that he'd love to grab a beer and hang out with me sometime, to which I figured, why not? I'm fairly new to this city. It couldn't hurt to socialize with some new people and make friends. We exchanged numbers and went our separate ways. A couple of days later, we texted in the morning, and he told me he had to take buses to get to his work, and was asking if I could give him a ride. I apologized and said no, as his town is about 17 miles from where I live, and in the morning I have class before work. Days rolled on, and Adam kept mentioning wanting us to meet up and eat together. However, for whatever reason, plans always fell through at the last minute. Out of the blue one day, he asked to borrow $10. I found it strange but shrugged it off, and said no to him again. At random intervals he would text me to ask to borrow money. $5 here, $10 there, and always for a bus pass. I constantly said no, and he would frequently pester me for rides, to pick him up in the wee hours of the morning to take him somewhere. I even ignored his texts for a few days. And that was that, or so I thought. My phone rang one morning at about 6 a.m, to which I answered still half asleep. Hello? I have some great news for us, man. Do you have any idea what time it is? I'm getting a car. It's super sport. I'm gonna test it and buy it today, but it'd be a lot cheaper if I had someone to sign it with me. Would you be willing to do that? He then proceeds into an obviously rehearsed talk about how we should be roommates as well. His reasoning was we both played video games, so have a lot in common. I could barely get a word in edgeways as he told me about these apartments, how safe and secure we would be, and about what a great deal it was and how much fun we'd have. I told him I wasn't interested and had to go. We'd never hung out. It was weird enough if he wanted to be roomies, and he kept trying to push me to it. I just hung up. He even took the liberty to text me the link to the apartment complex. I ignored him for several more days. All was normal once again, and how I'd regret that thought. He texted me frantically saying his girlfriend, Monique, was stranded and needed $100 to get to his place ASAP because it was an emergency. He texted me 2 photographs of a random woman. Because her pretty face and boobs, right? Of course I'll open my wallet. Once again, I responded to him no and to leave me alone. Last night he texted me saying, Nikki got her car back from the police, but she is out of food and gas and needs $200, but she has $8,000 on her credit card hidden at her brother's place that she can't get to. He called me over 10 times, texted me at least 30, each more desperate than the last, wanting me to wire Nikki money to a Walmart. A different number texted me as well, claiming to be Nikki begging for my help, and more pictures of different women. I blocked his number, and for some reason the app I use won't block texts, so he could still message me. In the middle of the night, he texted me once again asking for exactly $109 and was kind enough to provide his routing number and bank address. Ignored. This afternoon he asked for $20, sent a photo of a business card telling me how great the benefits were and to apply and tell the madam recommended me. There are plenty of other creepy details about him, such as bragging that he's speaking to 20 different women, and some of his online scams that he's trying. Adam, let's never meet again. Sophomore year of my undergrad career, I took a class that was quite challenging, and 90% PhD students, because my dean suggested it, in place of a typical econ class. I thought it would be cool to be challenged by such a class, which I was, but I also had the unfortunate encounter with a PhD student who actively tried to ask girls to paint their faces. It was a very small evening class, maybe 10 of us in a small room. I'm very shy, and everyone was older than me, so I didn't talk to anyone at all. Very soon after the semester started, I got a Facebook friend request. It's one of the PhD students. I thought it would be useful to have contact in such difficult classes. He had different motives for adding me though. Note, we hadn't spoken or even greeted each other in real life. His first message to me read, "Quick, how do you feel about face paint?" I ask what he means, and he sends me some Google images from Day of the Dead face paint, as well as some Juggalo stuff. He then asks me if he can paint my face, and then sends a question mark. I don't reply for 20 minutes, and finally say, I think I'll pass. He goes on to add, why, sad face, and follows with, still no luck in the face department, sad face, a week later. So at this point, I'm actively ignoring someone that I have to be in a small room with 2 times a week. Maybe that sounds harsh, or like I'm being presumptuous, besides just trying to protect myself as a young woman. That's because at the same time, an app called Yik Yak was very popular for college students. It's basically a totally anonymous forum where people at respective campuses say anything they want. While browsing, I find a thread of someone complaining about a dude who was persistently asking to paint their face. A few other people join in the comments and say they've encountered the same person, and naturally, I join in the conversation. This leads me to find the dude is posting on the app himself as well. He is very tactlessly using the same account to both ask girls to paint their face and also impersonate girls and pretend to praise the great work he did on their faces. The weirdest thing I saw him post was a photo of some naive undergrad in the dorms with her face painted, and bragging about how they made out after he did it. This guy does not try to be subtle, and joins those incoming class Facebook groups asking freshmen if he can paint their face. At this point in time, he was infamous, and my friend told me about the posts in those groups. I should also mention that he was allegedly in a relationship the entire time he was posting in those groups. I would totally like to believe that this is some hobby of his that he genuinely wants to have an outlet for, but his behavior on Yik Yak suggests that it does something more for him. He also seemed to target young freshman girls, specifically, and in my opinion, thinks it comes off as innocent, when in fact it's not. I had a class in the same building later in my college career, in which he has an office, and I would hope with all my might that we would not meet again, knowing he was a huge weirdo who probably resented me. As she said it, he tutored her for about an hour, and then made them both dinner. It was 7 p.m. by now, and Pam wanted to leave, but he told her to eat, and that he would drive her home afterwards. It was pitch dark, and the storm was picking up considerably. A girl like you shouldn't be walking home at night, he told her. Pam was nervous, but she knew he was right, and she wasn't confident she'd even be able to find her way home in all this snow, so she stayed. When they finished eating, Pamela went for the door, but he stopped her and asked if she would do him a favor. He went into his bedroom and beckoned for her to follow. Hesitant as she was, she peeked into the room and saw a full photo studio set up against the wall facing the bed. He told her to stand in front of the lights so that he could take a few photos and then he'd take her home. Frightened and confused in a country she was unfamiliar with a man she thought she could trust, she did as she was told, and after a few minutes, the requests got darker. He showed her pictures of other girls, mostly college-age Latinas, who he had taken pictures of in various positions and state of undress, and asked her if she would do some of those poses. She said no, she didn't want to undress. So he pulled a pair of boxer shorts and a tank top out of his top drawer and tossed them at her. Put these on then. Just a few pictures and then we'll go. I promise. She went into the bathroom to change into the clothes he'd given her, and just sat there, cursing at her dead phone on the brink of tears. For 5, 10, and 15 minutes, she couldn't even remember how long she sat there, until he started knocking at the door. Pamela, come on. I was just kidding. Come out of there. I'll take you home now. Not completely trusting him, but knowing there was no other way to get out of this situation, she exited the bathroom. He apologized for making her feel uncomfortable and offered to drive her home, at which point she grabbed her things, said she was fine walking, and left. He didn't go after her, and he didn't try to stop her. She did, in fact, end up getting lost, and walking around town for over an hour. She did, in fact, end up getting lost, and walked around town for over an hour before the boys found her a few blocks from the complex. We urged her to tell this story to the police, but they said technically no crime was committed, so she told the head of the program. He accepted it a little too easily, as if he expected it, and we later found out this was not the first time something like this had happened. We already knew it wasn't, because he had pictures of other girls, but an especially ugly story found its way to us. Apparently, the previous year, a South American girl was really struggling in class and received tutoring from Charles. After 2 or 3 sessions, she stopped going despite her grades not improving. She became exceedingly closed off and stopped going out altogether, often missing classes. After a few weeks, she dropped out of the program and flew back home. No one knew her well enough to ask why, but they all had a sneaking suspicion it was because of Charles. After hearing Pamela's experience, the program immediately dropped Charles as a teacher, which just proves that this was not the first complaint against him. This last bit might just be a rumor, but I heard from a pretty solid source that after Pamela filed the complaint, the police checked him out, and Charles wasn't even his real name. Turns out he'd been using fake information to get teaching gigs around the country for the past 5 to 10 years, and was actually a registered sex offender. He's probably in jail right now, but in any case, Charles, or whatever your name is, who likes to use your authority to prey on vulnerable Latina girls who are alone in new countries, let's not meet. A few years ago, I was 17, just graduated high school, and got my first job at a Christian camp near Yosemite in California over the summer. Mainly the people I worked with were great, really sweet Christian college kids. The good kinds. There was one guy though, Carl, who I frankly did not like. Carl was tall, handsome, and charming. He had curly golden brown hair and a smile that could stop your heart. His eyes, though, were dead. He never got those little crinkles around the corner of his eyes when he smiled. It was like the top half of his face was just dead. There were things I didn't like about Carl right off the bat. His eyes, for one, that dead smile of his. He also never asked for anything. He tried to twist your arm. He just very softly, very slowly tried to manipulate the situation, until you almost felt like you owed him. Each time, it felt like a part of my brain shut down, like it slammed a door shut, and there was a very clear feeling of, no, this is not right. Save him some food, but do not walk out into the woods to give it to him. Something is wrong. I got along with most of the little cliques at camp. No one really disliked each other as far as I knew. We just kind of broke off into groups based on what we liked to do in our free time or who we worked with the most. Carl, though, seemed to make friends on a one-to-one within a clique. By the time he left the group, it was decimated. They were fighting, not speaking, and didn't trust each other. I know this isn't a lot of evidence, but I'm just trying to paint a picture of what a type of man he was. One day, everyone in camp wanted to go to Fresno. We were tired of camp food and wanted real dinner, maybe see a movie or go bowling. I was off work last. Now at camp we had a sign-out sheet. Being so close to Yosemite, we often went hiking. So if we left, we had to put our name down, along with where we were going, when we left, and when we should be expected back. This way, if something happened, they would know when to start looking for us. So I put in all my info on the sheet and headed down to the parking lot. My friends had all divided up into their cars. I didn't drive and jokingly asked if they'd forgotten about me. They said Carl had said I could ride with him. I looked around and didn't see him, although I had seen his name on the sign sheet. All the hair on my body stood on end. I was terrified to get into the car with this guy, alone. He felt so wrong, so off, just not right. I don't know how else to put it. My friends were telling me I had nothing to be worried about and it would be fine. I saw Carl walking to the parking lot, that dead smile on his face, and everything in me was screaming not to get into the car. I said that I was tired and wanted to stay in tonight, and Carl laid in the charm on thick, telling me what a good night it would be. I owed him because of God knows what, flashing that dead smirk. I refused. He got angry and told me I didn't need to be such a bitch about it, and I thought we were friends. Finally, everyone figured out that I wouldn't be persuaded. I hugged one of my girlfriends goodbye and whispered in her ear not to ride back with Carl under any circumstances. When they all left, I walked back to the area with the sign-out sheet to cross my name off, since obviously I wasn't going anywhere. I saw the sheet where my name was, and my heart dropped. My name had already been erased. My fiancé and I were camping, as we'd done many times at this particular state park. Everything was normal. Made some dinner on the fire, stayed up a bit, then let the fire die down and went into the tent to smoke a blunt of some diesel devil's lettuce and get some rest. Despite having read 100,000 of these Reddit stories, the woods never scared me. This night my brain decided that a reoccurring nightmare about someone walking around our tent would be a good idea. So I'm going through the cycle of dreaming that, and I've woken up to footsteps around my tent and trying to wake up my fiancé. I fail. I dream it again and eventually wake up completely to realize there's nothing there. 3 or 4 rounds into this mess, I'm waking up to these footsteps. This time I realize I'm not dreaming. There's definitely someone out there. Then I hear a deep, low, throaty growl, and I'm nearly petrified. I manage to reach over and wake my fiancé while whispering quietly, "There's something outside our tent." He wakes up, and we continue to hear something walking around, growling and snarling. We're basically wetting ourselves. We can't decide if it's something big because of the vocalizations. It sounds like it, but I'm hoping these steps are being amplified, as they generally are in the woods. And maybe this just really is 3 aggressive squirrels in a trench coat. We're trying to peek out but can't see anything. The noises move to the edge of the site and there's a lot of snarling and animals screaming. Then silence. Then it's on the other side of the tent. This is making it really hard to decide what to do. We're trying to be silent while gathering what feeble little weapons we have. Me and my pink canister of saber pepper gel, which is obviously just going to anger the 3,000-pound prehistoric mountain lion that I'm imagining is preparing to devour my soul. With him, a few hunting knives we brought to cut bits of rope and carry in case of emergency. We don't even have the hatchet because I let him pack it while at work, which means we had 85% of the important things we needed. There's some screaming going along the edge of the site now. It sounds like every animal in the northeast of the United States is being skinned alive around our tent. I'm shaking like a leaf, and I had to stand because the adrenaline pumping felt like I smoked a Bobby Brown's lifetime worth of crack. We still cannot pinpoint where this thing is, what it is, or catch any glimpses from our tent. We're definitely gonna die in the woods here. It's late in the season, and there's maybe one other occupied site. And we showed up too late to check in, so no doubt we're about to become a couple of unidentifiable mystery moles, and I'm losing my mind. Finally, it's been a few minutes since we heard any shrieking. Last we heard, this thing sounded like a few sites away. So we decide we're gonna grab our wallets and run. I don't care how many paychecks worth of gear we have, we're gonna hit the car and the panic button. Presumably, this nature beast is crapping itself in the woods, because bright lights, loud sounds, it works, and we zoom the hell out. It's like 2 a.m, we get some Slim Jims at a convenience store and go home for the night, and then gear up in the morning with some high-powered CO2 weapons, hatchets, knives, you name it, and return. We didn't find anything. We made friends with a troop of trashy trash pandas for the rest of the trip, and kind of always wondered if, perhaps it was just them in a trench coat terrorizing us that night. I guess we'll never know. This happened about 12 years ago. I was somewhere between 10 and 12 years old. The house my family lived in at the time was a block away from a canyon that runs through my town. The canyon is pretty much all lava rock, as we are near a lot of mountains. This canyon has a paved walking trail going from end to end, as well as a dog park, a skate park, tennis courts and softball fields, and some playgrounds here and there in the more populated areas in the center and south of the canyon. Not an uncommon place for people to spend time. Our house was at the north end of the canyon, where those populated locations are sparse, and it's mostly just the walking paths and a water treatment plant. This canyon is also pretty heavily wooded in the area we were near. That all being said, my friends and my siblings and I, all girls, used to go down there all the time in the summer, specifically to this one spot we called the roller coaster. Basically, it was a section of a small dirt walking path opposite to the side of the canyon that the paved walking path was on, that dipped up and down kind of like a halfpipe. We liked to run up and down it and see how much speed we could gain. So, we're there one summer's day, running up and down and back and forth, timing each other to see how fast we could run and back up to the other side. When my turn comes up, my friend counts down, and I take off down the hill. When I get to the bottom, right before I start to run up to the other side of the half-pipe-shaped dip in the path, I hear a loud thump on the dirt behind me, and I feel the ground shake under my feet a little. I stop dead in my tracks and turn around to see what it was. It was a rock or boulder about the size of a basketball. Freaked out that this thing almost landed on me, I scan up the canyon wall to see where it came from, only to have my eyes land on two men sitting in the rocks on the canyon wall about 50 feet up. One is looking down at me, smiling. His smile is something I can picture to this day. It was so sinister. He had clearly just thrown this giant rock down at me, and he'd clearly been watching us run back and forth waiting for his opportunity. I decided to finish out the roller coaster as to not scare my friends and little sister. When I get back, they start teasing me about how long it took me to return since I stopped mid-run. They asked where the rock came from, and I said it must have fallen from the canyon wall, and that we should go because more might fall and it probably isn't safe. My friends and sister are bummed but agree, and I somehow convinced them we should run home. I wanted to get out of there, and I'm secretly terrified these men will follow us. When we get home, I don't say anything to my parents, as I'm afraid I'll get in trouble. I never go back to that spot, and made up excuses when my friends and siblings suggested it. I'll never forget that man's smile. I never understand why he would do what he did, but I still get freaked out about what would have happened if I'd have taken off down the hill a second later, or if they had followed us after I spotted them. So to the man who was throwing basketball-sized chunks of lava rock, let's not meet again. So, this is an ongoing situation, but it just went from annoying to seriously creepy. There's a maintenance guy at the office building I work at. He is hired through the landlord of the building, not our company. We'll call him Bob. Bob is an older guy, maybe late 50s, and a former heroin addict. I say former because we are all pretty sure Bob still occasionally indulges in the habit. He is very socially awkward, and his mannerisms and ways of speaking are strange. He talks really slowly and pauses in places where pauses don't make any sense, or trails off mid-sentence. He also gets super close when he talks to you and makes intense eye contact, or stares at me through our huge front window that happens to be in front of my desk. So overall, mildly creepy guy. He has done some weird things in the past, like given me his personal number, brought a coworker a $200 wedding gift, and had it delivered to her, as I work with all women. The staring at people through the window, and he gave me a toy riding horse thing for my son. The kind that's on springs that rocks back and forth, and asks me personal questions about my marriage, and tried to ask me if I'd go on a date with him. I also found my car door open, and a bunch of my stuff, like paperwork and some perfume, and makeup I keep in my center console, moved around once when he was here. Today, he comes into the front office and just kind of stands there after saying hi. I ask my coworker if I can go out and have a smoke, and she says yes. I go get into my car and kept the door cracked so I could smoke. I was parked under a covered carport thing outside the back door, across from the utility/supply room. All of a sudden, Bob is standing there and kind of grabs the door and opens it a bit. I don't know where he came from, but I was listening to music, so wasn't really paying attention. I took my headphones out and looked at him, like, what? He doesn't answer right away, then asks me if I can take him to the store. A, he has a big white truck that he knows I know he has. And B, he knows damn well I can't just leave while I'm working. I tell him that, and he goes, No, it's okay. I already asked the coworker and she was fine with it. I ask him why he can't just drive himself, and he sits there for a second, looking at me, and then asks me to help him with something in the utility room. I say no, and that I need to get back to work before I'm yelled at. He stared for a minute, and then smiles the creepiest smile and says, No, you won't. They think you've taken me to the store. We have plenty of time. I don't know if I'm accurately conveying the creepy, scary vibe he was putting off, but I was scared at this point. I didn't know what he wanted, or what he was trying to accomplish, but it wasn't anything good. And on top of that, he wasn't moving out of my way, and was about 6 inches away from me. I tell him to move, and he stands there for a few seconds and finally does. I dialed 911 on my cell, and jumped out of the car and ran inside. I seriously thought he was going to grab me and push me into the utility room or something. I'm still in shock about it. Oh, and he didn't ask my coworkers anything about the store. Of course, he made that up. He left right after that whole thing, and I don't really know what to do about this situation. This is 100% true. I'm 23 now, and this happened about 10 years ago, so I was probably 13 or 14. Anyway, I used to skateboard all the time with my friends Tim and Brandon. One day, we got done skating, and we decided to go to 7-Eleven to get some food/drinks before we went home. Remember, I was fairly young, so wasn't driving. We had skated to the 7-Eleven and were planning on skating/walking back home. We buy our drinks, we leave the store, and we walk to the parking lot and prepare to cross the highway. Take note, it's not a busy highway since it's a small town. While we waited for the traffic light to turn red so that we could cross, I looked behind me at the 7-Eleven gas pump, I notice a 40 to 50-year-old man pumping gas into his white truck. He stared at me, and before I knew it, he dropped the gas pump and jumped into his truck. He slammed on the gas and sped straight at my friends and I. He missed us, but he grazed my arm and knocked my skateboard out of my hand. My friend Brandon screamed, "What are you doing?" as the man peeled out and sped into the parking lot next to 7-Eleven. I swear to God, he drove through a ditch which was between the 7-Eleven parking lot and the parking lot he was in and tried to run us over again. This is where it got bad. The three of us started running at full speed across the highway and towards the local library, which is about 2 to 3 blocks from the 7-Eleven. When we were about half a block away, I looked back and saw the maniac speeding towards us, full of rage. Brandon and Tim ran up to the library doors, and I ran towards the woods. It was Sunday, so I knew the library was closed, and there was a trail in the woods which led to my backyard. Meanwhile, this maniac peeled into the parking lot and hopped out of his truck. I looked behind me before escaping into the woods, and I saw him either grab a shotgun or a crowbar. I was pretty far away at this point, and my vision wasn't that great, not to mention I was freaking out. I ran all the way home, and when I got to my street, my neighbor, who was also Tim's dad, told me to get into his car because we had to go to the video store, which is where Tim's mum worked. When I got there, I found Tim and Brandon. They ran to the video store after realizing the library was closed, and 3 cops. A minute later, my mum came in, crying her eyes out, because Brandon and Tim told her they didn't know if I lived or not. Everyone had thought that I was captured. Tim told me that he saw the guy running after me into the woods, which is scary, because I thought the maniac was chasing them, not me. He was never caught, and I spent the next 5 years worrying about every white truck I saw. My town is small, but it's not empty. There were plenty of people around while this was going on. I felt so helpless running for my life, while there were at least 100 people around not doing anything about it. Also, to be clear, we didn't provoke this man at all. He tried to hit us for no reason, and that's creepy. Brandon called him a dick, but that was after he tried to run us over. We were good kids trying to walk home, and we almost got died/seriously hurt because of it. This happened yesterday, at about 7 p.m. while dog walking. I live in a pretty nice and quiet residential neighborhood that also has a few medical offices peppered among the historic houses, and one particular building has a small underground parking lot with a set of stairs leading down to it on the grassy side of the building. I have both my dog, Booze, Frenchie, and my dad's dog, Cooper, a Chihuahua, and they're both making a beeline for the grass on that side of the building to do their business. We pass by the stairwell, and I just so happen to glance down there and see an older, disheveled-looking man just standing at the bottom of the short stairwell, staring up at me blankly and creepily. Weird, but okay. We're between Midtown and Downtown, so it wasn't unusual to see transient and sketchy people pass through, since we were near a bus line. He says a faint, "Hey," and I say, "Hi," and keep walking, thinking he's just weird for standing there like that. We go down the grass a little ways, and he emerges from the stairwell. I can see him moving towards me out of the corner of my eye, as I'm terrified to keep an eye on the dogs. He stops about 5 feet from me and says, "I'm looking for a girlfriend." Without looking at him directly, I say, "Can't help you there." Put some sass into my reply, and at that point my dogs decide it was the perfect time to take a crap, of course. I'm thinking he'll just go now, but he walked a few steps closer and doesn't say anything while staring at me. When I bend down to pick up the poop, he's suddenly standing about 3 feet behind me and says, "Yeah, I'm not really looking for a girlfriend. Just someone to have some fun with, you know. A good time." "Uh-huh," I answer. I really didn't like being this close to him, so I turn to give him the side eye, and he says, "You're really cute." Thanks. I walk to the corner with him following us. I start looking around for other people, and thankfully as I get to the corner with him following closely behind, there's a family crossing in the opposite direction, so I make it a point to greet them as if they were familiar to me. As I get to the opposite corner, the dogs want to sniff around more, so I casually look back, and he's standing in the middle of the sidewalk, hands in pockets just staring. The dog finally moved on, and I could feel him watching me as I walked down the next block. I think, screw this guy. We're not about to end up on the first 48 inches, and started zigging and zagging back to my actual street, which is busy during the day, all the while occasionally looking back to see if we're being followed. We managed to make it home without further incident, but creepy stairwell guy? I'd rather if we did not meet again.
I recently moved into a new city, and I was looking for a house to rent. That day, I had spent the entire afternoon looking for one until I arrived to a private neighborhood. Before entering to the main street, I had to pass through a security checkpoint, so I decided to ask there. I approached the cabin to ask security guy if he knew if there were any houses left to rent, as I stood outside the open door of the cabin. Then, a chubby 60-year-old man greeted me and told me that there weren't. I said thank you and turned around, but then I heard a sudden, "Miss? Yes?" Last night there was a power shutdown and my radio went nuts. I don't know what that time was. You think you can help me change the hour? I stood silent, still being outside the open door of the cabin, and started thinking. That morning my school had suffered a power breakdown, but it was very far from that neighborhood. It couldn't have been the same shutdown. Besides, the man said the shutdown was last night, not in the morning. I was still silent. I looked at the open door. I had to get in the cabin if I wanted to help that man, and I'm a really short girl, and he could pull me in or pull me through while I was inside. The alarms were going off in my head. I don't know how to fix a radio. He looked at me confused and then smiled. Really? Couldn't you check it at least? Move some buttons or something? I really have no idea. I've never used one in my life, I said while trying to turn around and not give a crap. Okay, don't worry about it, the man said. I rushed home still thinking about what had just happened and started remembering some things. The radio this man had was very old. It didn't have a tiny screen where you could see the time, and it looked like it didn't have wires. It looked like it was operated via battery. The power shutdown wouldn't have affected it. That had been really odd. But the scariest part is that the man looked really nice and was kind to me. I got the chills as I got home. That night I had dinner with a friend who happened to live 3 blocks away from the private neighborhood, and I told her what happened. She looked at me really impressed and told me that I made the right call, because last night there hadn't been a power shutdown in the area. So, weird radio guy, let's not meet again. I am more often than not mistaken for being much younger than I really am, especially in my late 20s and early 30s. I was frequently told by people that they thought I was about 10 years younger. I constantly had experiences where I was talked down to or inappropriately hit on. People also often tried to take advantage of me
Not only because I was female, but because they perceived my age as much younger than I really was. Here's the story. My boyfriend and I were going shopping, and we walked into a dollar store. I hate to shop, and boyfriend likes to look at everything. So I usually go and gather all of our stuff while he putters around. I know. I also play video games and he does not. He cooks, I don't. Basically, he's the chick, I'm the dude. We split up, do our individual shopping, and this dapper little old man, probably in his late 60s, early 70s, comes up to me and holds out his arm like he expects me to take it. "Come on," he says. At first, this doesn't set off any alarm bells because he looks pretty harmless. Well-groomed, clean suit, decorative cane, even a jaunty little bowler hat with a feather in the brim. I figured he was a little confused and was mistaking me for either a store employee or family member. So I let him talk to me a little about the weather and such, and just when I'm about to make an excuse and be on my way, he holds out his arm and goes, "Come on," again. "I'm sorry? I think you have me confused with someone else. Are you looking for someone?" He starts chatting again, and during this chat he asks me if I have a job. All the while, he's slowly and subtly gravitating to the front of the store. I'm a little thick sometimes, I'll admit, and I answered honestly that I didn't. I was taking time off for health issues. He gets very close like in my face and whispers something vague about how he has all kinds of work at his house that he needs done, and he's sure he can find something for me to do at his house, and then he tips me a wink. Oh, hell no. I stay cool, and with my smile never faltering, I tell him I'm very lucky that I have a husband who supports me. Luckily, boyfriend picked that exact moment to step around the corner or to peer at the end of the aisle. As a matter of fact, here he comes now. As soon as he heard husband, the little old man's expression instantly changed. He went from friendly, happy-go-smiley grandpa dude to pissed off, scary creeper guy. He disappeared so quickly that I began to suspect he teleported. I never even saw where he went. He was gone that fast. I would have written it off as just a poor elderly gentleman who'd maybe gotten a bit confused until I saw that wink. It was further cemented by the instant change in his expression. He was not confused, it was definitely an act. I've been hit on by men of inappropriate age before and laughed it off. This wasn't that. This was straight up creepy, and I shudder to think what he had in mind with me. When I was 13, I started modeling. I did fairly well, but I honestly hated the business. They were really strict about my weight. I couldn't get over 100 pounds in weight, or I'd lose my contracts. I couldn't dye my hair or have any piercings without permission, and they would often check to make sure I hadn't gone against their wishes. Fast forward 2 years of me being 15. One day I got an email from a fitness photographer. This wasn't uncommon for me to get random emails, because my agency would give my email out once they booked me on something. This was also about 12 years ago, and back then, I naively didn't worry too much about anything. You know the common teenage mentality of, nothing's ever going to happen to me. In the email, the photographer told me he'd like to do a shoot, and the compensation he promised me. I would have made more money than I have out of any other shoot. So obviously being money driven, I emailed him back and told him yes, I'd be interested. And he shoots me an email back after saying that he needed some sample photos of my calves, my feet, my backside and my breasts to make sure I had the physique he wanted. I was a little cautious, but I thought, he's offering a lot of money. I should probably do what he's asking or he's going to find someone else. And that's exactly what he wanted. He wanted me to feel the pressure to send him the pictures, and I did feel the pressure. Of course, I had it in the back of my mind that I shouldn't do it, but the money sounded so good. I sent the pictures clothed, and he said he couldn't tell my proper sizing, and I needed to send him nude photos. I declined this and told him I would be willing to set up a meeting and his assistant can take measurements, but I would not send nude photos over the internet. He set up a meeting but cancelled last minute, and a few weeks later, he was on the news. He got busted for indecent images of children, and shocker, he wasn't a fitness photographer. Who knows what could have happened to me had I actually gone to meet him. I never found out how he got my email. My agency said they never spoke with him. So creepy, man, I'm glad you cancelled our meeting. I'm glad I never got to meet you face to face, and never intend to. I was 15 at the time. I took about 10 of my little cousins with me to the park. 3 of my older cousins, but still younger than me or the same age, came with me to help. As I approached the park, there was a man and 2 kids there. He came up to me and started talking to me. I tried to give him the hint that I didn't want to talk to him, but he kept on going. I asked him, "Oh, did you bring your kids?" He nodded and kept talking, then asked me weird questions like, "Are you married? Are these your kids? How old are you?" I lied about my name and age and tried to walk away. Then he said, "I want you to sit and talk to me." I said I had something important to tell my family first, and then I joined him. I smiled and went up to one of my older cousins and said, "Pretend everything is fine, but we need to leave now." She nodded, and I watched the 2 kids leave without the man. So we started walking home again, and I made sure he didn't follow or watch where we went. I later found out that he had picked up one of my little cousins and put him back down again, and one of my cousins saw, but she froze and didn't say anything to me. Luckily, one of us saw him walk into a house, and so we called the police. They went into the house and found him. They couldn't charge him for anything, but told us that they'd received complaints about him before. Something I left out was that I've seen him at the park before. I would go there with my boyfriend to hang out, and one time he was there just staring at me. He didn't approach or say anything to us. I'm assuming it was because my boyfriend was with me. I had a first date with a girl. We had a happy hour dinner that went well, so we wanted to keep things going. There were a decent number of red flags flying, chief among them being her ex-boyfriend was a 1%er in a local bike gang and was in prison. But she was hot and I'm an idiot, so we wandered down the street to her favorite bar. At this point, she's a full-on social butterfly, wandering the bar chatting to all the regulars. So instead of following her around like a puppy dog, I just saddle up at the bar and start talking to the group of guys next to me. Nice dudes, very chatty and amiable. Eventually, a number of bikers pull up. Now I'm a bit concerned and ask my new friends if everything's cool since I've told them my situation. They reassure me that everything's fine and I'm welcome there. Maybe an hour later I wander off to the bathroom, come back, and these dudes tell me in a concerned tone that I need to leave. Now. To this day I have no idea what happened, but there was no mistaking the urgency of their tone, so I promptly paid my tab and headed out to my car. I hadn't seen my date in a while, so I was a bit surprised when she came running out of the bar, jumped to the passenger seat and yelled, "Drive!" No high-speed chase or anything after that. But let's just say I was freaked the hell out. This was in the 90s when I was 15. My mum, my best friend and I were in Florida on vacation for 3 weeks. We discovered Sizzlers and really loved it, so we ended up going for dinner there quite often, and also got to know the waiters a bit. One night, we noticed a middle-aged man sitting at a nearby table, who was staring, and I mean really staring at me. He was with a young boy, maybe 5 to 6 years old. They had already finished their dinner, but the guy was just transfixed. completely ignoring this kid. He wasn't smiling or frowning, just a blank-faced stare. My mum was getting really uncomfortable, so she spoke to one of the male waiters who'd we become friendly with. I don't know what exactly she said to him, but I think it was basically to help keep an eye out. It might be worth mentioning that my mother is usually quite comfortable with confronting strangers if required, but something made her choose not to in this case. The guy and the little kid eventually left, though it took what seemed like an eternity. Once they'd gone, we were just relieved and carried on with our dinner. I think that we were there for at least another hour before we were ready to go. When we were getting into our car, I noticed another car parked a bit behind us with someone inside. It was the guy from the restaurant, without a kid in sight. Even worse, when we started driving, he started his car without his headlights on and began tailing us. We basically freaked out. My mom started driving in a different direction of the hotel as to not to lead him where we were staying. We drove around for a while before we eventually lost him and finally made it back to the hotel. My mom went straight to the front desk to inform them about what was going on and to keep an eye out. I'm not sure if she did end up contacting the police, but we were all glad to be safe. Thankfully, nothing else happened after that, other than a terrible night's sleep. But it was scary as hell at the time, especially because he seemed to have lost his kid and just waited for us. A few weeks ago, our car got broken into, and we had left some cash out there. That's all that was taken from us. We called the police and put it out of our minds. We live on base housing, though it's not actually on base, so the people who responded were the military police, and they said there was nothing they could do. Then a few nights ago, Monday or Sunday going into Monday, I had woken up and went to get him a sippy cup with water. I heard car doors bang shut. From my living room, I could look out the window and see the car. The lights were on. I was half asleep and decided to go outside. Stupid, I know. I opened the front door, and there's a glass screen door between the two. On the other side of the screen is a man in a hoodie. I freeze, not really sure what to do, and the guy looks just as surprised. "Can I get some food?" he finally asks. I tell him no, and he reaches to open the door. I slam it shut and lock it. At this point, my husband gets up to see what's going on, and I tell him to call the MPs again, who say there was nothing they could do since nothing happened. My husband thankfully hasn't had to work nights yet, but last night and the night before, there was banging on my bedroom window. I recently put curtains up, so I didn't dare get up to check. They've also been slamming on the outside door that houses our AC unit. I'm pretty sure it's the same person that tried to rob our house. Sometime around the beginning of July, I got off a bus at Boise, Idaho. When you get off the bus in downtown Boise, you're already very near multiple shelters. The skate park, a mile-long bike trail, the library, the zoo, and also the river/woods. It's a really beautiful area, in spite of the overabundance of undesirable characters. The first night I was there, I went from the bus station to the skate park, to a place called Piss Alley. At some point, a middle-aged lady pulled up and just randomly started talking to us for no reason. She wasn't a junkie, and she had a job. Yet, she stood there in Piss Alley and talked to us for about an hour about religion and conspiracies. I was high as hell for the first time in 10 months. A lot of her made me think that she was some kind of undercover, but I ultimately decided that she was just a little bit crazy. She had a job and a car, and was capable of carrying on intelligent conversation. We really hit it off, even though we'd only just met. She asked me if I'd like to go camping with her and one of her girlfriends the next day. She definitely seemed more appealing than the street thug I was talking to, so I agreed to go with them. They were going to be leaving in the afternoon, and so she said I could come with her now, or she could get me later, after she picked up her friend from work. She took me out to eat, and we hung out at a park until her friend got off work. They made sure they had a tent and sleeping bag for me, and we headed off to their favorite place to camp. Long story short, we went out there, we did camping things, we had fun, and we came back. I didn't get chopped into little pieces, but I also didn't get chopped up. It was about 11 p.m. when she dropped me off back at Piss Alley. As I was getting out, this tweaker with long dreads approached the car. He was talking really fast, and he said, "I'm not on drugs. I don't have any drugs. I got a couple bucks and I got a couple of friends, and we need a ride. We need a ride across town, and we just need a ride real quick." I had barely shut my door by the time he had finished his pitch. The lady friend looked like she wanted to give him a ride, but she told him that she couldn't. He didn't hesitate to reiterate that he had a couple of bucks and he just needed a ride real quick. She was beating around the bush, explaining that her car was too full of camping gear and that she couldn't really fit them in the car. One of his friends was a girl who looked to be about 15, and he definitely was on drugs. I could tell because, well, so was I. He was starting to reword his pitch for a third time when I interrupted him. Being sure that I had his eye, I bluntly told him, "Hey, no, she can't give you a ride." Then I waved her on and she pulled away from the curb, leaving him and I looking at each other in the eyes. I could tell he was pissed. I knew that in his mind, I had disrespected him. Right away he fired off. "Who the hell are you? Is that your old lady? Are you even from around here? Do you know who I am? I'm TK. Everyone around here knows me, and you must be brand new round here. You ask some people, they'll tell you. I run shit round here." He went on to talk about how nobody messes with him, and how he's got everything. He was talking about how he's got shooters all over town, and he can just make a call and somebody will show up and kill for him. I'm pretty used to people saying stupid stuff like that, and I didn't act scared nor impressed. But I didn't scoff or mock either. I brought $20 worth of dope from him, thinking it might calm him down. He pulled out a big bag of dope. He gave me a tiny little piece in the palm of his hand. We stared at each other down, and I asked him if he was serious. He yelled at me that that's what he gave me, and it would be all I needed. He was offended that I didn't trust him. A crowd had gathered, all of them staring at me with a look on their face that I knew meant they were waiting for me to make a wrong move. They all had his back. I put my hand on my knife, but ultimately I backed down. I popped the shard into my mouth like a pill and swallowed it. This was going very badly. I was seething. I could glare. But I knew if I expressed my anger with any major outburst, it would result in me getting stomped. TK had his main few friends walk away about 15 yards and stood talking in a small circle. And after a few minutes, the 15-year-old girl came over to me and started flirting. I completely ignored her. This was obviously a trap. If he could make it look like I was disrespecting him further, by so much as talking to his girl/sister or whatever in front of all these people, he would gain more of their support. and there were about 20 in the alley now. I was starting to feel slightly paranoid. That shard was starting to kick in. If I was rude to this girl, that could be just as bad. So I answered a couple of her small talk questions with simple nods. She abruptly quit trying to be cute and walked back over to where TK and his friends were. He was on the phone. Next, a really big guy who might have been about 40 and another guy that might have been about 20 came up to me and started talking to me. The younger kid didn't say anything the whole time. He stood there with a glazed look over in his eye, like he was ready to kill. The older guy was a very tall fat man with a red goatee. He talked to me about mundane things and went back and forth from being very nice to giving me the same stare that the young guy gave me. I could tell he was trying to see if I was scared and was trying to see if I was an undercover cop. He was testing me in all kinds of ways, talking about crimes he had committed in the past, and looking at me in a very intimidating, hateful way 1 second, then talking neutrally, all about the corner store in a cheerful manner the next second. The two of them talked to me, one of them on each side, with my back to the wall. They were closer to me than they should have been. Everyone else in the alley seemed to be oblivious to us, but there were guys leaning against the wall at either ends of the alley, just staring at us. I had 3 bags, one of which contained my laptop. I had cash on me and was wearing a nice leather jacket. I kept my hand on my knife the entire time. I was trying to be respectful, but also to not look scared. I was starting to suspect that the shard I had swallowed was actually bath salts, because on the inside I was tripping balls. TK walked over and set his bag down next to my bag and started going through his pockets like he was looking for something in his bag. I was just trying to maintain eye contact with the big guy now. I had to watch to make sure he wasn't going through my bag too. I knew something was going to happen, and as soon as it did, I planned on flipping open the knife and sticking him swiftly and repetitively. If I could, I would try to keep TK between me and the big guy while I stabbed him. But if I had to fight right now, 3-on-1 would be only the first stage. There would be 3 or 5 or more rushing in right after me. The only thing that saved me is that I casually hinted that I needed to get some money from a lady who owed me, without saying it directly. I led them to believe that I didn't have any money on me, but would come back with more to buy some dope from them. Needless to say, I didn't plan on coming back. The rest of the night was very long, due to the effects of what I still believe was bath salts. I ran through the woods, and kept thinking I was being followed. I hid my bags in different places in the woods, so I could run without them if I had to. I was pretty scared, and pretty sure I narrowly escaped with my life, not to mention being high as hell. I came across a guy on the nature trail. He had a cloth bag in his hand, and when I asked him what it was, he said it was just something he found on the trail, and then he threw it in the bushes. He was tweaked out like me. He seemed to sympathize, and I told him the whole story of what just happened. He was going to take me somewhere safe to camp, where I could lay low. But I was unfamiliar with the area. So we were walking and talking, and the next thing I realized, we were heading right back to Piss Alley, and we're about a block away. I yelled at him and was like, "What are you doing? I said I didn't want to go back there." He was saying it was cool and he knew these people, and was talking about how he could make everything okay by just telling them I was a good guy. I turned around and walked back into the woods. I went back into the area where he threw the bag. I opened the bag, and it was full of toys, and not the kind that children use. Still tripping balls, randomly stopping to hide, stopping to listen to sounds for extended periods of time, and trying to figure out where they were. I come across another guy. He's about 20. In the end, he helped me keep safe. He took me to an island where the river split around a piece of land underneath a bridge. I fell asleep there and woke up in the middle of the night to a random couple putting a blanket over me. I said thank you and fell back asleep. After a couple of days of getting used to Boise, I found out that TK had made national news. The same night that I had my interaction with him. The same night I stopped him from getting into the Christian lady's car. He had convinced a couple to let him sleep in their apartment. I could just imagine him telling them, just like he told us, "I'm not on drugs. I don't have any drugs." At some point he started acting really weird, cracked out. They'd planned on having their 3-year-old daughter's birthday party later that day, so they told him he had to leave, and he left. But when he came back, he stabbed 9 people. 6 kids, 3 adults. One of those kids was the 3-year-old's birthday whose party it was. The people he was upset with weren't even there during the birthday party, but he got those kids anyway. He killed a 3-year-old at a birthday party. What a coward. Over the next 5 months, I got more acquainted to Boise and its vagrant/junkie population. The people that had his back that night, most of them still missed him and acted like he never did anything wrong. When I went looking for the details on his case just now, I found out he will be getting the needle, but that a psychiatrist had almost gotten him off the hook. He won't actually be tried by a jury until 2020. That little girl is already dead. He should have been dead 6 months ago, or before it happened. I can't help but wonder if it was fate that put me in a position to take him out of commission just 2 hours before this happened. Yeah, I might have saved that lady from him getting in her car and doing who knows what. But maybe I was supposed to get him, in that confrontation that never fully escalated. I knew he was dangerous. I knew he was evil. But all I did was get myself out of danger. And look what happened. In the future, if I'm ever put in a situation like that, I honestly don't know what I won't consider taking action to be doing the world a favor. What if I failed fate? How am I supposed to sleep now?
This is from when my parents first began living together. Katie grew up in a fairly large city, just a few hours from our village. Her mother was a nurse who occasionally brought medical supplies to the more remote areas of the state and provided vaccines for those who wanted them. They met Aga and her family when they were about 9 or 10. They were all friends, and Grandma Mary would sometimes leave Katie and her twin sister Gloria there overnight while she visited other villages. When they reached their teens, Katie and Aga began secretly dating, and eventually they broke the news to their families. Grandma Mary was a devout Catholic and took it surprisingly well. Pawpaw and Ma Aga's parents were a bit unnerved by the whole thing. They had never really dealt with homosexuality within their tribe, and they were convinced that their ancestors would strike them down if they allowed the 2 girls to continue their courtship. When the community and council members voted on it though, they all agreed so long as Aga and her family maintained their faith and upheld the customs of their people, no harm would come to them from the union. Once they had the blessing from both women's families, they were allowed to move in together. They were barely 17 at the time, but that's how it was within our village. There was no ceremonies, they just went from living apart to living together. This represented betrothal. The house they moved into was small, and only about a half-mile away from the main house, where we eventually moved. But at the time, it was Papa and Moore's house. Katie and Aga swear that the shack was once a charming little cottage, with a beautiful red door
and matching shutters. But all I know is that it's currently a condemned structure that gives me splinters just looking at it. Arga worked with her father on most weekdays. Her older brother was a fisherman and he had no interest in the family business, so my mother was next in line to inherit. She loved the cemetery and the funeral home because she felt that she enjoyed providing a place for closure to those who were going through the most challenging times in their lives. Sometimes she worked long hours, so Katie would spend most of her time in the town teaching, or at the house cleaning or cooking. At the time, she wasn't too put off with the cemetery in her backyard. It was a peaceful place, and she never gave it a second thought. One afternoon, she was outside cleaning the windows. She had music playing from the radio inside, so she didn't hear the truck approaching on the dirt path until it was right behind her. She didn't recognize that it was one of Arga's family members' vehicles, so she immediately stopped what she was doing so that she could welcome the stranger. She was a debutante, and hospitality was very important. The man who stepped out the truck was white, which wasn't odd there. There were a few families in the valley, and even some Russians. They rarely made it to this part of the property though. The main house was where the funeral home was, and all business was performed up there. Thinking that he may have been lost, Katie waved at the gentleman, who had to have been in his late 30s to early 40s. He was handsome, with an almost rugged look to him. Overall, he seemed very approachable. The only thing that seemed off about him was his lack of jacket. He was only wearing a flannel shirt and blue jeans. It was 30 degrees out in our town in this part of the country, where it can sometimes be dark all day. This was one of those times. With no sun and a substantial amount of wind, it was foolish to go outside without some sort of coat. Katie was only out there because the windows were driving her nuts. "How can I help you?" she asked him as he meandered towards the porch. "Do you have a dog?" The guy seemed out of breath as he looked about the property, as though he were looking for something. No dog," Katie told him. The stranger pointed to the wooded area on the east side of the property. "There's a dog stuck in a trap just off the path over there. Do you know whose it might be? It's brown with a black muzzle." Immediately, Katie stepped off the porch and looked towards the trees. "I have no idea. Could you not get it out of the trap?" She was, and still is, a sucker for animals. She has a habit of bringing home strays and injured wildlife to this day. "I don't have any tools with me." The gentleman pointed to his truck. "Do you have a crowbar or even a screwdriver? I can probably take the trap apart if you don't mind keeping the thing calm while I do it." It didn't occur to Katie that it would probably have been better to get someone stronger to assist him than zeroing in on a petite woman who could barely reach the top of her windows. It also didn't occur to her that the man had driven from a different part of the property, and that he would have come from the other side of the house if he was coming from the woods. All she knew was that a dog was hurt, and that she wanted to help it. She ran into the house and dug through the chest, where they kept all the tools that Arga's brother had given them when they moved in. She found the tools he requested, as well as some flashlights, and followed him to his truck. She had not yet been jaded by a world filled with criminals and pervs, so she didn't think twice about going off with a fellow Good Samaritan. The man drove fast, and when they got close to the edge of the forest, he drove off the path to get a shortcut that most of the hunters in the area used. It dawned on Katie that the man didn't have a gun rack in the cab of his truck, and that he was hardly dressed for a hunting trip. She glanced at the floor behind her seat, searching for a coat or some kind of jumper that he may have changed out of, but she didn't see anything of the sort. When the truck stopped, she asked him about his attire. She suggested that they go to her brother-in-law's cabin to get a coat, and he immediately refused. "My jacket is with the dog," he explained, motioning for her to follow him up the path. The poor thing looked cold, and I wanted him to be at least a little comfortable as he waited for me. This eased Katie's nerves. He's a nice guy, taking care of a dog. They walked up the path that Katie had only ever been on once or twice before. As kids, they explored the woods, but they never went into this area for fear of being shot. With no daylight, they would at least be safe from hunters, but there were still other elements to worry about, like bears and foxes. The man led the way, shining the flashlight over the path to make sure they were going the right way. They walked for nearly a half hour before Katie stopped and took in the surroundings. She asked if they were getting close to the dog, and the gentleman nodded. "It's near the pass up ahead. He's sort of off the path, so keep an ear out." He turned and gave her a smile that even today she calls charming in a Ted Bundy kind of way. As though he sensed her discomfort, the guy started a little dialogue with her. "I'm Aaron, by the way. I live out by the border. You from round these parts?" Confused, Katie bit back the urge to throw a "no shit" at him. He had just taken her from her house. What did he think? Was she a tourist who cleaned windows for giggles? Rather than be rude, she primly hummed an affirmative, while shining her flashlight right and left, looking for the dog. "Are you married?" Aaron went on. While Katie asked him what brought him to the conclusion, he reminded her that she'd mentioned a brother-in-law. "Is your husband not home?" "Wife, actually," Katie corrected. "She's down the road. She'll be home soon." She felt that it was important to add that, even though it wasn't true, Aga wasn't expected home for another few hours actually. But she wanted to make the guy know that she might have had people looking for her soon. Aaron was quiet for a few seconds. They'd reached a rocky incline on the trail, and he seemed to be focusing on that. Once the silence began to settle, he let out a chuckle. "That's pretty hot. 2 women in all." While grateful that he wasn't like a lot of people when they first found out about their relationship, rude and disgusted, Katie almost always found his reaction even worse. For the sake of remaining polite, she faked a laugh. "Ah, sure. So, how do you know?" He stopped walking and turned to face her. Katie really hoped that he wasn't talking about what she thought he was talking about. "How do we do what?" "You know, screw," he clarified, with a casual shrug. Disgusted, Katie stepped back. "That's none of your business." She tried to remain calm, but the man's sudden change in attitude had her on edge. "Can we please just get the dog?" Oh yeah." Aaron looked around, as though he forgot why they were there in the first place. He laughed sheepishly and shook his head. "I'm so sorry, ma'am, but there's no dog. I just brought you out here for a good time." His cavalier attitude gave Katie pause. She let his words sink in for a second, figuring that she had to have misheard. But when he began to unzip his pants, she knew that she had heard right. In Katie's retelling of the event, some small details change here and there, but one thing was always constant in her response at that exact moment of realization. Shit. She didn't give him a chance before slamming her flashlight repeatedly into his head, throat, and chest. She basically hit him as many times as she could until he fell to the ground. When she knew he was unconscious, she turned on heel and ran back the way they came. She didn't know exactly where she was, but she figured that if she stayed on the path, that she would eventually find her way. And she was right. She saw the truck at the edge of the field, right at the opening of the path. She checked the vehicle, and was relieved to see that he'd left the keys in the ignition. She drove it across the field towards the main house, where she found Pawpaw, Arga, and Arga's brother Cal. The three of them were horrified when they heard her account of what had just happened, and the men immediately went into the woods to find the injured man. Meanwhile, Arga called the authorities, aka Jimmy, the town-appointed sheriff, with a collection of European muskets and 3 dogs that could tear the skin off a man's bone if ordered to. Jimmy arrived as Pawpaw and Cal were returning, with the latter pulling Aaron by the foot through the mud. He was taken to a jail, aka the concrete cell off Jimmy's house, where he remained until the police from a nearby city came to collect him and perform an official investigation. As it turns out, Aaron was a fisherman from the coast, and he visited friends in our area once or twice a year. He had tagged along with some of these friends when they were visiting Cal at the funeral home, and at some point, it was innocently mentioned that Katie was at the house, and that she was home alone, or something like that. When he found himself with some alone time, Aaron borrowed a truck and found the house and the beautiful Katie alone, as promised. They never really got an answer as to why he thought it was okay to take a woman into the woods for nefarious reasons. He was a relatively attractive guy, and he seemed normal for the most part. In the end, he got a little bit of prison time, and he was banned from our village. That was the most they could do, really, given that he actually didn't do anything to Katie. After all, he was the one who came out with most of the injuries. That's one of the rare occasions that something scary happened on our property that didn't involve the cemetery or funeral home, but it was definitely the first time one of my mothers came face to face with the true evils of the world. This happened about 4 years ago, spanning from the end of my grade 10 year to halfway through my grade 11. I was in the band room of my school, where my friends and I liked to hang out and eat our lunches, since we were all friends with the band teacher. But one day there was a few new people there. One of them was Tim. Tim was in grade 12. I was in grade 10. And we hit it off immediately. It was like we were almost the same person. Interests, hobbies, activities. I didn't see it at the time, but he was basing all of his likes off of mine. We exchanged information like Snapchat, Discord, phone number, the whole lot, and we spent a lot of time talking. This is where things started to go downhill. I was talking to him, and at this point we had known each other for about a week. He says to me that he's in hospital for attempting to end it all, and that he's really sorry. As soon as I saw this, I started crying, as I and other people we knew did actually have depression and similar thoughts. While he was in hospital for the week and a half he was there, he kept trying to get me to come see him, using the classic, "I'll finish it all if you don't come see me." I, however, could not want to go, as the mental health unit where I live has a strict family-only policy for the patient's safety. I explicitly told him that I could not see him, and he kept trying to manipulate me into doing so. A few weeks later, just after school ended, and Tim and I had begun talking for a while, I get a message from this girl called Sarah in my Instagram DMs, saying things like, "How dare you flirt with my boyfriend? Why did you come onto him when he has a girlfriend?" Things like that. I don't remember exactly, as I wanted to block this whole period of time out. After a while of explaining and telling her, I didn't know he had a girlfriend. She explains to me that he's done this thing before and to just stop talking to him. Also, that he did the same thing to her initially, and now she's so far trapped in an abusive relationship, she can't get out. His MO per se was preying on young naive girls for mental validation, all while making them feel horrible for not doing things for him. Before Sarah coming to me, there were red flags and sirens going off in my head, but I chose to ignore them, since I didn't and still don't like breaking things off with people without good reason. When he invited me out, I'd make an excuse since my gut told me to run, but I didn't run, at least not before Sarah. After the explanation, I quickly started ghosting Tim. It was pretty simple since we didn't actually have any overlapping activities or hobbies, so all I had to do was block him on social media and block his number. Fast forward to the end of November of my grade 11 year. I've forgotten about Tim and tried my hardest to push what he did out of my brain. Guess who pops up on the only social media DM I forgot to block him on? But Tim. And me being the trusting person I was, saw nothing wrong with it. Perhaps he'd changed. Maybe he was a different boy now. He told me he was off for Christmas break the week after, and wondered if I wanted to go to a frat party with him. Now the flags are rising, and I say, sure, why not? Then text Sarah about what's happening. During this hiatus from Tim, Sarah and I built quite a close friendship. She says that she didn't even know he was coming back, and that he told her he was going to Cancun with his family for the holiday season, leaving on December 5th. But that she's away at her father's place about 45 minutes out of town for the week of the party, and to do as I see fit. I wanted to have some fun, so I went. I was easily the youngest person there, as I was only 16, and didn't feel comfortable drinking at a place other than my own home, so I chose not to. Tim, however, does drink. Once he was drunk enough for his liking, we get up to go, and I know where I live pretty well. It's not a big city, but not a small one either, and we went down a street I'd never been down before. There were red flags going off, and I was tense and jumpy. There's no one on the streets and no lights on in any houses. Tim then plants himself in front of me and tries to kiss me. Me being 16 and never having kissed anyone before didn't take this well. Luckily for me at the time, my mother was making me take a lady self-defense course, so I punch him in the eye, kick him in the groin, and book it. Some people might say that this was an overreaction, but I had been harassed before in a similar fashion and didn't want to take my chances with a drunk guy, even someone I knew. I bus it home from downtown, and when I get home it's a little after 10:30. I didn't tell my mum, since I was scared she'd be mad at me for being at a party. I was irrational, and in hindsight, probably should have told her. I immediately text Sarah, tell her what happened, and she doesn't reply until the following morning. From what she said, he'd texted her all sweet-like, and she'd given him the address of her dad's place, where she was staying while he was on a business trip. He got there still drunk and pissed off, hit her a few times and verbally abused her until she had to leave and go to her mother's house. I tell Sarah that I'm sorry for what's happened and hope it never happens again, but that I cannot keep talking to her unless I want Tim out my life, which I didn't. Back to today, and Sarah is still with Tim, and I see her around sometimes with a black eye one day or a swollen cheek the next. To this day I have trust issues with guys. and it's extremely hard for me to form romantic relationships for fear that this will happen again. Before cutting off contact with Sarah, I did offer help, and she said that other friends had too, but that she didn't want people tied up in her mess. I still say hi every once in a while, maybe once a year just to catch up, but that's it. To the boy who mentally abused me and abuses his own girlfriend, let's never meet again. A few years ago, I was doing a high school project where I had to interview a figure I looked up to in my life about a trying time in their life. Naturally, I chose my grandma-like figure in my life, Marie, who took care of me when I was growing up. She was a robust, 95-year-old double amputee, with red hair that she would dye every Friday, though she would never dare admit to it. Marie was born in the 1920s to a very large family, under an abusive father. She never right out said she was, but she dropped some large hints. So to escape this toxic environment, she went off on her own and raised herself in her teenage years through the Great Depression with no family. It wasn't until years later, probably the 1990s, she was contacted by her only surviving brother Buddy. He wanted to meet up and talk. So they did, and everything went well. When they did, he told Marie about how his wife died of cancer and about his daughter Carrie. They moved to the same area as Marie in the southern US, where Buddy would eventually die from old age. This left Carrie without a home of her own, so she moved in with Marie to help her adjust to life, given that she had just gotten her first leg amputated in the early 2000s. It was no secret that Marie had money. So when Carrie heard of this, and thought that Marie had no surviving family, she likely got greedy and decided to stay with Marie with the thought that she would die, in order to get more from the will. We do not have solid legal proof that Carrie tried poisoning her. All we know is that Marie was in great condition, but slowly got sicker and sicker as days went on. Doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong, and just described it to old age. Aside from what Marie told my mother, she figured out that Carrie was messing with her and her food and kicked her out of the house. As soon as she did, she started feeling gradually better, and eventually, like normal. Carrie would go on to do some other shady type stuff that even more solidifies her poisoning theory. She lived in the same small town as me, alone in a small house on the edge of town after her late husband Quinn passed some years ago. So when her friend, my mother, had kids, she adopted me as one of her own. So when I asked if I could interview her, she was delighted, and we scheduled to meet the next week for a few hours. When I came that day, I arrived to see that she had brought out pictures of her and her husband in Honduras, years ago, fixated on one of them standing together in a river cleaning. This is where her and our story will begin. Marie and Quinn used to live in the northern United States. They were married and stayed happily for many years, until one day, Quinn told her that they would be moving to Honduras for his job, and so they did. They moved into a large house on the outskirts of a small village with a river out back, deep in the forests of Honduras. For the majority of the time, there she stayed in the house, traveling only with Quinn after she learnt her first lesson the first time. She then went into a story about how one day, out of curiosity, she went out alone to a public meeting that went on every week, and she heard people talking about it. When she got to the center of the village, she discovered to her horrors that these meetings were not public gatherings for discussion, but rather public executions. She painted an image of everyone in the village gathering around a large platform, where a few unlucky souls were lined and taken one by a large man. She described him as a hulking mass of muscles with scars covering his body, with a massive one across his face. This stern figure would take each person at the time, force them to their knees, and then take a large rusty hatchet and fulfill his name of the Hatchet Man. After seeing this, Marie would retreat home and stay indoors for months, only leaving on special occasions, such as when she would be escorted out to a nearby house to tell her husband something important. Upon arrival, she was taken upstairs and down a large hallway. When she entered the door at the end, she found her husband with several other men in suits that she described as Honduran officials, playing poker with a bathtub full of money in the room. Quinn scolded her for coming to find him, and she returned home. The next morning, she was sitting outside on her porch when a jaguar came down and started to drink from the river. She sat and watched it for what felt like hours. Before leaving, it looked at her and ran off. She then got the feeling it was time to leave. Coincidentally, the next week she was awoken in her room by a family friend in the middle of the night, expressing to her that something went wrong and that she needed to get out now. The woman handed her a note from Quinn that said a coup had broken out and that she isn't safe here anymore, and they must leave before sunrise. The letter continued detailing directions to a field where a plane would be waiting for her to take her to the southern United States with only an address. She tried finding Quinn, but couldn't, and with only a few hours before dawn, she headed to the field. When she arrived, she saw a large empty knee-high grass pasture with a small two-person plane sitting in the middle. She approached the plane with only the guidance of a dim candle, and just when she was about to board, she felt 2 firm taps on her shoulder. Marie turned around to see a large figure looming behind her, the Hatchet Man. She described being immobilized with fear as a trickle ran down her leg. But before she could yell for help, the Hatchet Man said in a low voice, No, Miss Marie. Don't scream. I'm here to make sure you get on this plane safely." She got on the plane and left Honduras, never to return. She went to a small house on the edge of a small town and would not hear from her husband for several months, until one day when he randomly arrived to the door with flowers. Marie would later develop cervical cancer and have her reproductive organs removed, keeping her and Quinn from ever having kids. Through this, and an eventual double amputation, didn't stop her from having a family, befriending a woman, and taking in that woman's kids as her own. She would die roughly 20 years later, leaving everything to her kids, and one other person, Carrie, a whole $100. To Marie, thank you for everything you have given me. To the Hatchet Man, if you're still out there, thank you for your service. But let's never meet. I live in Florida, and this incident happened about 3 weeks after Hurricane Irma, so not that long ago. Back in July, the ex and I had just finalized the divorce, and I moved into a gated neighborhood where every house was rented out by the same rental company / landlords. It's a very small neighborhood with about 15 houses tops. All houses are bordered around a man-made lake, with the backyards facing the lake. No one really has a fenced backyard, so when you walk out your back door, you see the lake in front of you, and your neighbors' backyards on each side. Everyone in the neighborhood seemed very close. Someone was always hosting a family-friendly party or barbecue, or having people over to watch sports. I was, and still am, depressed about my divorce, so I never took in these social gatherings. The only person I got to know was my next-door neighbor Steve, an active Navy soldier with a huge love for guns. Steve is the true hero in this nightmare. My daughter Alice is 4 years old, and I get her every weekend. Alice's bedroom faces the backyard towards the lake. I spoil that girl to death. She truly is my everything, and I count down the days to the weekend every week just so that I could be with her. That's why I was upset when Irma came down, and I had to go almost 3 weekends without seeing her. The weekend before the storm, she was with her mum. Then obviously the weekend of the storm, she was with her mum. And then on top of that, the weekend after, she had to be with her mum because my power was still out, and no AC in Florida is miserable. The humidity was so bad that week that I slept in my daughter's room the whole week, because she has the only room with a window that faced the lake. I opened the window, exposing the window screen so that the wind from the lake could cool the room as much as possible as I slept. Eventually the power comes back, and Alice starts visiting me again as normal. That was when the nightmare started. My daughter would complain about the singing lady, and how she doesn't like her anymore. I thought she was maybe referring to one of my ex's friends, or one of the teachers at her school. Maybe there was a teacher at her school that sang to the kids that she didn't like. That Saturday night, Alice woke up in the middle of the night screaming bloody murder. I ran into her room and turned on the light and found her hiding under the covers. I asked her what was wrong, and all she could do was point into an empty corner of her room and say, "Look, look." There was nothing there. She was acting as if she saw a ghost. After I calmed her down, she started to talk about the singing lady again. "Please tell the singing lady not to come back, Daddy. Please make her go away." Obviously she's having nightmares, right? I showed her that there was nothing in the closet, and nothing under the bed, and there was nothing to be afraid of. She calmed down and went to sleep. I went back to my room and quickly fell asleep. It couldn't have been more than 20 minutes before Alice comes running into my room screaming, "She's back! She's back!" Alice absolutely refused to go back into her room, so I let her sleep with me. The next morning, Sunday morning, I took Alice out to breakfast, and we stopped by Target to pick up a baby monitor. I haven't used one since her mum and I were still married, but I wanted to easily be able to hear if/when she was having one of these nightmares again, so that I could respond quicker. After I set them up, I showed Alice how they worked to give her assurance that I would hear her and that she was safe. And that night she slept soundly, and didn't make a peep all night. The following weekend Alice had to stay with her mother again, because she caught a stomach virus from one of her little friends at school. It was Saturday night, and I was sound asleep in my bed. Around 2 a.m. is when I hear it, a woman's voice humming a soft nursery rhyme through the baby monitor. The humming/soft singing got louder and clearer as the voice got closer to the monitor. I wasn't dreaming. I could hear a woman softly singing lullabies in my daughter's bedroom. I had never been so scared and dumbfounded in my life. I was feeling a mixture of pure terror and disbelief. Then the voice spoke out. "Alice, sweetie, are you awake?" Adrenaline shot through my veins. I jumped out of my bed, locked my bedroom door, and picked up my cell and called Steve from next door. He didn't waste a second as soon as I got off the phone, and I heard him storm out of his backyard screaming, "Don't you move!" I ran outside and found him aiming his shotgun at a woman crouched outside my daughter's window, the one I had left open after Irma, and never closed. Steve quickly dropped his guard when he recognized the woman. It was Jean, the neighborhood maintenance woman. Steve's wife comes running out after him and confirmed it was her. Jean played dumb. She said she was not singing and didn't even know my daughter's name. She said that she was near my daughter's window because she was doing her weekly patrol for gators and thought she saw one approach our house from the lake. Bull shit, lady. She was singing, and she called out to my daughter by name. Yes, it's true, there have been a few gators spotted around the neighborhood. And yes, part of Jean's job was to patrol the lake at night. But at 2 a.m.? I obviously knew it was bullshit. And even though neither Steve or his wife called her out on it, I could tell by the look on their faces that they didn't believe her either. The next morning I went over to Steve's house and thanked him and told him exactly what happened. He told me Jean and her husband have been known to be a little cuckoo, but this is by far the craziest thing to have happened so far. Steve helped me install metal bars on Alice's window that afternoon.
In 2011, I was an art and design student in London. London was a daunting place at this time, with increasing crime issues, and coming from a small rural fishing village up north, I was unfamiliar with the layout of the land, as well as the multifaceted cultural scene in the city. Nevertheless, there was a great allure to the big smoke. Over the course of the next few months, I picked up work in a busy bar in East London. As a small, petite and shy girl, I found the job very challenging and found social interactions amongst the regular punters both daunting and intimidating. I still remember my very first shift, taking the rubbish out onto the ice-cold street, to be met with the harsh smell of sick and the stern voice of an elderly gentleman proclaiming that London is no longer safe. And this was my first interaction with a man called Harry. And while I initially grew inquisitive as to this man's nature, I soon receded into the solitary nature with which I was accustomed when faced with the stark realization of what this man was. As a regular at the pub, he was familiar with all regular servers, and as the pub was a small affair, the cozy nature often drew in the same crowd. As an outsider entering a big city for the first time, and with an increasing distaste for my opted-for degree, I'm sad to admit that I began neglecting my studies, and with the extortionate cost of living in London, it was necessary for me to pick up more hours at the pub. I grew to trust Harry, and equally, he began to confide in me. There was something about this man that intrigued me. There was a lot more below the surface, and I wanted to find out what that was. Over the course of the next few weeks, he confided in me about his family life, which seemed fairly normal. And I'm not one to quickly judge, but there were some subtle clues that this man drowned a deprived sorrow in his mind. However, one day, Harry stopped coming to the bar. This was not picked up on by anyone else as similar to me. Harry appeared to be an outsider, which was part of the reason we bonded so much. Nevertheless, the loss of his presence did surprise me, and I was soon again alone in the bustling metropolis. A couple of weeks passed, and I had just started to accept the fact that Harry was never going to be seen again, which I attributed to a potential cross-country relocation, to be closer to the family he told me was up north too. That was, until I found the doll posted through the letterbox of my rented accommodation. The doll was dirty, with matted hair, and looked dated. My first inclination was that a delivery had been posted to the wrong address, yet no envelope or stamp was present. I will clarify at this point that I confided in no one about this strange occurrence, which I would in hindsight attribute both to my fear of crowds and underthinking the potential ramifications of this incident. I continued to work for a few more weeks at the bar, though as winter receded another strange occurrence materialized. I was tapped on the back by a bar manager and asked to follow her through the office beside the kitchen in the bar, which we often used for eating lunch
or taking a brief break between busy times. I shrank into myself when I saw that a dress was pinned to the wall in the room, with a note pinned on it with my name. The dress had the same dated appearance as the child's doll, and was similarly dirty. My heart skipped a beat as I linked the two incidents, and immediately confided in my manager about the previous occurrence. I did not immediately link the two incidents to the disappearance of my workplace local Harry. That much I can attribute to my manager, who I am thankful for to this day, as she later attested to the fact that many years prior to my entering into the bar, Harry had lost his granddaughter, for which he was the primary carer, in a terrible childhood accident. He had spoken about it at length to the bar manager over the years, and apparently I had a strikingly similar appearance, particularly due to my petite nature. Needless to say, I left the job with immediate effect and moved back home. I never did see Harry again. But Harry, let's not meet again. Quick tidbit about myself. I help people as often as I can, including giving money to the homeless, or giving rides to hitchhikers if I'm going in the same direction. 98% of the time, the worst I've encountered is awkward conversation and being asked if I have meth to sell. No matter what though, I don't mess with people at night or in groups, and I keep weaponry on hand, though I've never even needed to show it. This is not one of those times. I've lived in a lower income area of my city, and only about a half-mile from the local homeless shelter, so I've seen plenty of people in a sad state during the 2 years I lived there. My apartment building kind of sat in a small valley, with a little ravine across the street that deer hung out in. They liked our bus shelter on really rainy days, and I lived on the 3rd floor. So one day I come home. It's blowing snow at around 15 degrees. In my entryway is a dude sitting on the staircase. It was obvious he was homeless and looking for a place to warm up, as he was wearing 4 days' worth of clothes at once and had 2 backpacks with him. This isn't a big deal, as long as he's not still there when the building is locked up for the day. As I pass him on the staircase, I give him a smile, as I do to literally every other stranger not screaming at me on the planet. He stops me and tries to strike up a conversation. Now it's obvious he doesn't speak very good English, but I was able to discern that he was asking for water and he was waiting for a friend who lived in the building to come home. Yup, no problem. I head up to my apartment to grab water for him, and he follows. This was a bit uncomfortable, but I was already having a hard time communicating with him, so I just let it slide. This is where things go wonky. My apartment was an efficiency, where the bathroom was right inside the front door and then a tiny hallway into everything else. I walk to the kitchen to get the water and he points to the bathroom. Yeah, sure dude. I have cleaning supplies. That's what they're there for. So I go around the corner, pull out a few bottles of water from the fridge, come back, and he's standing there, buck naked, in my hallway. Then it dawns on me, water. He was asking for a shower. Oh God. Then he tries to ask me to join him. No. Hard no. You understand no. He goes into the shower and I pace in my living room trying to figure out how the hell I can communicate with him that he needs to leave. 'Cause we went from uncomfortable to creeptastic in 0.6 seconds. Then it gets worse. He comes out again buck naked without a towel and begins wandering around my apartment commenting on everything. Oh, and he's hard. Yep, I lose myself, politely, because once you're in retail that never goes away. trying to get him to put his clothes on, and he doesn't understand. I pull up my phone, pull up Google Translate, and show him the list of languages. He understood what I was asking and selected Somalian. Goody, progress. Now, the thing he's commenting on, in terrible half-English, is things like, "You live alone? Does this TV work? Nope, 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 done." I type into Google Translate asking if he needed to call his friend or call the apartment manager. He gives me a thumbs up, then climbs into my loft bed. Guess I'm cleaning that too now. So I'm like, which one? Another thumbs up. Okay, he either didn't get what I was trying to tell him, or he can't read. Eventually, my lizard brain took a breather from panicking long enough for the logic part of my brain to take over, and I went to where his clothes were and pointed at them, then at the door. He got dressed and left. Simple, done, and over. I shake for about 2 hours, drink a six-pack, and post what happened to Facebook. In that time, it dawns on me that I probably just got staked for theft. So I spent another hour double and triple checking my security camera, which I originally got to check on the puppy I was training at the time for later. The next day he was on the stairs again, but made it very clear with head shakes and a roundabout trip back up the stairs and back up the other flight of stairs to go down the other set of stairs on the building that I wasn't going to help him again or be his buddy. 2 days after that, he was there again. I told the landlady, and she had him removed, and I never saw him again. And before you ask, nothing was stolen. I moved to the exact opposite end of the city 4 months later, and hope to never meet this guy again. It was a hot summer night. It was a rough time in my life because I was struggling to maintain my grades in school, and I had also been in an emotionally abusive relationship with my now ex-boyfriend, David. I'd been putting the finishing touches on my term paper that was due in a couple of days when the phone started to ring. It was David. David wanted me to come over and spend the night with him. I contemplated for a little while, but I had this weird feeling in the pit of my stomach, telling me that something bad was going to happen that night. But I brushed it off, and thought it was just my usual anxiety getting the better of me. I decided to just go because I was really bored. I freshened up, and started to get ready to head over to David's house. While at his house, we watched a few episodes of reality TV, drunk a few beers, and pigged out on some snacks and had a great time. After a while, I go to use the restroom, when I catch David snooping through my phone. When I confront him about it, we get into yet another argument, because he always suspects that I'm talking to other guys, and this time, I was so fed up that I was ready to just be done with him for good, and him begging me to stay the night wasn't going to happen this time. Usually when I drive home from his house, he drives behind me in his car to make sure I get home safely. But this time I didn't want him to, because I didn't want us fighting in front of my house again, knowing the neighbors were getting all too used to it. I begin the drive home, and at this point I really need a cigarette to calm my nerves. I stop at a gas station for some smokes on the way. Now this is the type of gas station where you have to stand outside and order at a window. It's now 3 a.m, and I pull into the lot at the gas station, and obviously my anxiety starts to kick in, once again. But then lightens up when I see cars and other people also there. I pull up next to the booth, where I always park, and go and stand in line. There's a guy in front ordering his stuff. He turns around and looks at me, and gives me this wide-eyed, creepy-looking grin that made me a bit uncomfortable. In my mind I'm thinking, what the hell? But I shrug it off. After he pays for his things, he begins to walk towards what I'm guessing is his car, which is at one of the pumps. As I start to order, I notice he keeps looking at me, and he hasn't completely made it into the car yet. When I look over again, he's now facing back in my direction, between my car and his, and is pretending to fumble with something in his hand while looking up at me every few seconds. As I'm paying for my things, I notice him walking back towards my direction, and he asks me, "Can you roll this joint for me?" As I quick step to my car, I tell him, "No, I don't know how." And in my head I'm thinking, gross. Who asks a complete stranger to put their saliva on something that they're about to place into their mouth? I click my key fob to unlock my car, and before I can open the door, he asks me again, "Can you roll this joint for me?" As I'm getting in, I tell him, "No, I don't know how to." And before I close my door, he aggressively says, "Get into my car." I slam the door shut, start the car, and I see him practically run to his car as I drive off as fast as I can, in an opposite direction from my house, because I don't want this creeper to follow me home, which is just around the corner. My phone began ringing over and over, but I was so shaken up, I ignored it, trying to get as much space between me and this guy as possible. After convincing myself he wasn't following me, I head home and walk as fast as I can from my car, looking around frantically, and rush through my front door, slamming it and locking it while shaking profusely. I made so much noise trying to get in that I woke my dad up, and he came rushing from his bedroom, asking me what all the commotion was about, and I told him what had happened. I was about to call David to tell him what happened. As it turns out, David had been calling me over and over. As I started to call him back, my phone began to ring again, and I jumped, nearly dropping my phone. It was David, and he said that he saw what happened and followed me as usual, and parked on the street alongside the gas station, watching, and then he saw me speeding off, and tried to call me after he lost track of where I was going. After I'd spoken to him, he drove to my house and stayed in front of there for about 30 minutes before he left. He called to make sure I was okay, and told me that if he ever saw that guy again, he would snap his neck. This happened this past Saturday at my bachelorette party. The theme of my party was boats and hoes, and took place on a lake surrounded by mansions, as one of my best friends lives there. The day started off awesome. I was surrounded by a plethora of paper, chocolate, light up and inflatable schlongs, and we spent the day on the lake hooting and hollering and making all the other boaters laugh with our 6-inch blow-up man poles. This is a really nice lake community, but they also like to party, so they're all in good spirits about the explicit nature of our voyage. Anywho, we go back to shore, happy that we made our presence known to the entire lake. The annual community party is in a few hours, so we get ready and shine up the old lads for another show. We head over to the party on the boat and try to bank the boat at the park where the party is. A couple of times, we were sure it pulled up far enough to not float away. So we roll in, the life of this snooze fest, and the desperate housewives and their bald-drunk husbands are all about the D. It's a good time. We're working on an awesome guitar solo, using my 6-inch willy, when I smell someone behind me. Cigarettes, booze, and BO, and I want to vomit. Creep is in a pitted-out grey t-shirt and black baseball shorts, probably mid-40s and definitely not a member of this upper-class community. So you like dick, huh? I think my friend Willie is pretty funny. Yes. Note me being monotone with no eye contact or smiles, and I begin to walk away. I bet you like a lot of it, don't you? I give him a what the hell look. No. Are you going to use that on yourself later? I walk away quickly and don't look back. I find my girlfriends and tell them to be on creep alert. Next thing I know, he approaches my sister and asks her the same question. She tells me we were the gang and we were all on high alert. Then he approaches my soon-to-be sister-in-law. How old is the bride? She gives him a, "Are you kidding me?" look, and my friend Joan comes over to the rescue. "None of your business. I brought my friends here to have a good time and you're creeping us out. Leave us alone." He then scurries away into the shadows. Not long after we see him and his friends watching us on the dance floor, we keep an eye on him. Luckily, the band is on their last song, and it's going on 2 a.m, and we regroup around the picnic table for a while, and Creep is nowhere in sight. When we're all ready to call it a night, we walk back to our boat. We're confused, because we can't find it until we notice that it's floating away. Someone had, minutes before, pushed the boat offshore. A couple of the girls jump in after it, and that's when we see their boat off a ways with all the lights out watching us. We officially went from being annoyed to feeling threatened. The girls get to the boat and get back to us, and we're all on. The dark boat starts driving away down the lake. Crap. We have to get to the lake house that we're staying at. We give them distance until we can no longer see their boat, as they never turned their lights back on, and head home. As we're docking in front of our lake house, we see the boat is coming up behind us. They snuck away and hid and followed us. Great. Now they know where we're staying. Well, I'm sure wasty pants at this point and I'm feeling brave. So I'm standing at the end of the dock as they coast slowly by, and I'm staring at them with dead in the eyes. "I'll see you tomorrow." And they're looking back at me in the exact same way. Screw this. We run inside, lock all the doors, and pray we have no other encounters with these hillbilly Chernobyl creepy freaks. I know that gyrating around with a bunch of dicks isn't exactly giving off a nun vibe, but we're clearly having good-hearted fun with the community, and not dressing slutty or being flirtatious or anything. Ugh, I can still smell that guy. There always has to be someone to ruin the fun. My girlfriend works the overnight shift at Walmart. I have a regular full-time day job. Our time together can sometimes be slim, so we take opportunities where we can get them. I'm off on Saturdays, but she works, so I go up there on Saturday nights to hang out with her. Her job is pretty lax, to where I can just stand beside her all night while she stocks items. Well, one night I come to her Walmart, and she texts me, informing me that she's in the candy aisle. I go inside and walk to the very back of the store where she's at. We stand there talking, eating candy, doing our thing, and after about an hour I see this man in a motor cart wheeling past the aisle. He catches my attention because he rides back and forth passing our aisle, then coming back around. My girlfriend has her back to him, and she's going out on a tangent about some co-workers, and she doesn't even notice that I'm no longer listening to her, but watching the man behind her. After some time, the man disappears, and we go over to the next aisle. But then a couple of minutes go by, and the man on the motor cart drives to the other end of the aisle. My girlfriend, once again, is oblivious to what's happening, but I am on high alert at this point, and I know that something isn't right. He was all the way on the opposite end of us, but he stopped his cart, facing us, and just stared at me. We make clear eye contact, but he doesn't break his stare. He's an overweight man, probably in his late 50s, mostly bald with patches of hair around his head, and he's got eyes that bulge out a little. Definitely gives me the vibe that he's mentally impaired. I remain calm and pretend to be listening to her, but my eyes don't leave him. Eventually, he backs out of the aisle and leaves. He's gone for a few minutes before I start to relax, and my girlfriend and I get into another intense conversation when I hear the motor cart from a couple of aisles away. I immediately cease conversation, and my eye shoots down to the end of the aisle. There he is, rolling towards us. My girlfriend and I are standing on either end of the aisle, so there's enough room for him to pull in between us and stop. He's so close. I can hear his heavy breath. I stare at him and he stares at me, never once looking at my girlfriend. A few moments that felt like an eternity go by, while we were just staring into each other, almost waiting for the other to speak. When all of a sudden he says, "Anna?" My heart drops to the floor. That's my name. My mind is going a mile a minute. How does this man know my name? Who the hell is this dude? I weakly mumble. "Yes?" he says with the same blank expression. "Are you Anna?" I stare at him in disbelief. "Do I know you?" His face changes, as he has a disturbing look in his eyes, as if he knew he messed up, like he regretted revealing himself. "Wrong person, I'm sorry," he says, before pulling away. Afterwards, my girlfriend and I just repeat, "What the hell?" I still have no idea who that man was or how he knew my name. It's possible that it was just a coincidence, but still. It was just too weird that he located a random girl in a supermarket and actually guessed the correct name. I never have seen him again, but I always wonder what that was. The park near my house has always had an impact on me. It's a place that I spent lots of my childhood at and have many memories here. Now most of these are fun memories. Ones of the fun times and goofy moments. But there were a few that were really bizarre. The first creepy story took place when I was little, either in grade 3 or 4. This story never involved me, but it still produced nightmares and fear of the playground. My friend was hanging out at the park with his younger siblings and cousin when a truck pulled up to the mailbox neighboring the playground entrance. The creepy man started walking towards the kids and asked their names, where they lived, and their parents' names. The youngest started introducing them, but was stopped when my friend grabbed her signal to be quiet. For some reason, the man started to walk away after she stopped talking, and he murmured something that wasn't audible. The next time anything creepy happened was the time when my friend and I were walking around the forest surrounding the park. After spending about 15 minutes, we noticed a guy walking around the woods with his dog. It was normal at first, but he kept walking in circles, coming closer and closer to us. He always seemed to be looking in our direction, maybe even staring at us, but when we looked his way, he would turn to look the other. After 30 minutes, the man disappeared, presumably leaving the park, but it was creepy as hell. The final incident happened on the evening of my 14th birthday party. We were playing a large game of kick the can, and my friend, the same one from the previous incident, and myself, decided to take a trip to the park. We spent about 10 minutes talking about life and school and my birthday presents. But then we decided to head back to my house. As soon as we approached the street, we were noticed, and 2 of my friends sprinted towards us. We thought it would be funny to run back to the park. I ran into this small hidden playground area while my friend hid in the thick bush of the entrance to the deep woods. I was found and ran out, and it took a while for my other friend to run out. When he finally did, he seemed a bit uneasy. He then explained to me that after sitting in the bush for a couple of minutes, he noticed the figure of a man with long hair staring at him with a sad look on his face. This terrified my friend, so he ran out. As you can see, this forest has always been creepy, and I'm just scratching the surface of it. I knew somebody who swore he saw a creepy guy hide behind a tree when he was walking down there, and I myself once found a rope tied to the tree to make it look like someone had hung themselves. To be fair, nobody actually did, but it's still odd, with all of the stuff that has happened previously. I'm sitting at a subway one morning, doing some work on my laptop. This guy comes up to me with a woman he claimed was on a day pass from a nursing home, and proceeds to tell me about the abuse she's endured, and how she's got infected bed sores and is wearing a diaper. My initial thought is that he must have seen my scrubs and was asking me about this because I was a nurse. I realize I'm not wearing anything that showed I was in the medical field, and he was just an oversharer. I advised him to call a lawyer, trying to end the conversation. He then instructs her to take out her phone and show me the photos of all her infected sores. What the hell, guy? So she shows me the photos, and I maintain that they should be talking to a lawyer and not a girl sitting by herself at Subway. Apparently, not getting the reaction he's hoping from me, he forces her to pull her pants down and pull her diaper down and show me her sores and her lady bits in the middle of Subway. I normally would be pretty angry, confused, and pretty much WTF about the situation and told these people to piss off, but this guy's erratic. He's switching between touching me, yelling, and cursing. He is him right in the head. So the woman pulls up her diaper, and after he's satisfied with the look I got, and then begins to hysterically cry while yelling at her to not be embarrassed. I want to nope out of there desperately, but he's got me cornered, and I'm trying to plead with the woman behind the counter at Subway with my eyes to do something about him. At this point, his erratic behavior is getting out of hand, and prior to even approaching me, had been yelling at someone on the phone, threatening the person to not piss him off because he's going to hurt someone. So I'm physically frozen, but still trying to defuse the situation and calm him down. Eventually, after about 15 minutes pass, after the crazy begins, he gets a phone call and switches to asking that person for legal advice, medical advice, and screaming at them, and I was finally able to confidently nope the hell out of there. Beyond weird.
This happened about a decade ago. It wasn't a situation where I was necessarily in danger, but who knows what their intentions were. It was just creepy and weird. A little backstory. I graduated high school the same year both my sisters graduated from college. One of my sisters went to school in a really small town, about an hour from Buffalo, New York. Her graduation was after mine, so my mum and I went and stayed up there for about a week. One night, my sister was staying with us in the hotel room when the phone rings. It was 10 o'clock at night, maybe later. We didn't really think anything of it, since we really were in the middle of nowhere, and cell phone service was pretty poor. It could have just been her boyfriend trying to get a hold of her. I answered the phone, and it was just some random guy who responded with, "Hi there," or something like that. When I asked who he was, he just said, "I saw you go into your room. You're really pretty." Whether he thought he was talking to me or my sister hardly mattered.
It didn't change how weird the fact that he called was. I guess he was hoping for whoever it was to be flattered, and that we'd spend the night talking, or come hung out with him, or who knows. I don't think I ever responded to him. Before my sister asked who it was, and I told her I had no idea, so she told me to hang up. I told him that's what I was doing, and he asked why. I was just so baffled by the whole situation, and had no reason to answer him. But I was honest to a fault and told him, because she told me to, even though I would have hung up regardless. To this he mockingly repeated, because my sister told me to, like a child would over and over. I said, "Wow, that's mature," and hung up the phone. He didn't try calling again while we were in the room at least, but the initial phone call gave me such a weird feeling that I was kind of on edge whenever we were at a hotel after that. Obviously this guy knew what we looked like, and exactly which room we were staying in, as well as being most likely a guest in the hotel too. Really, for all I knew, he could have even worked there. But to the guy who called my hotel room late at night, let's not meet again. This happened earlier in the fall. I was at a dog park in Vancouver with my mum. It's usually very quiet, and people are either friendly or they'll keep to themselves. It's a nice area with a brilliant beach, which my dog really enjoys. My mum has a tendency to draw the freaks of the world into conversation, instead of ignoring them or getting angry at them, and she actually tries to listen. She has hearing loss, so she tries extra hard to understand. Anyway, we're walking along the beach together and my dog decides to go number 2. So I pick it up and start walking back to the park trash, which is about 50 meters back on another path. So my mum stays on the beach to watch the dog. When I'm walking back, I start hearing a man yelling and screaming. At first I thought, it's a dog, maybe mine. So I pick up the pace, and as my mum's luck would have it, she has this huge, beet red-faced, bald man screaming at her. My dog is barking at the man, and his dog, which actually seemed quite friendly, was just wandering around near the water. When I ran up and saw this man raise his arm as if he was about to strike my mother, I got in the way and pushed. The man was completely enraged, but I supposed he noticed I was younger and fitter, and walked off cursing me. Apparently when I left to throw out the bag, the man had appeared in the distance, and when he got closer, he started accusing my mum of stealing his dog's stick. She said she hasn't moved from the spot, and it would have taken her a couple of minutes to wait for me. And when she told the man not to come any closer to her, he acted as though he was going to hit her. The walk back to our car was a little tense, as I was almost certain we would run into him again. We never did, and I hope I never do. It really puts into perspective how anything can happen at any place. We still go, and I'm slightly hesitant to let my mum or sister go alone, in case they run into one of these guys again. Look after your families, everyone. This happened 2 years ago. I was in the 7th grade, and since I wasn't old enough to stay by myself at home at the time, I went with my dad. I sat down and asked him for his phone so that I could watch YouTube. I remember me hearing the bell chime, signaling that there was a new customer, and since all spots were taken, they greeted her and told her it was about a 20-minute wait. Let me give you a bit of background about this shop. It's small but has about 3 couches for you to wait on, and I sat about 10 feet away from my dad on a couch so he could see me. The lady that just arrived, despite the fact that there were many empty couches, opted to sit right next to me. Now I like my space with strangers, but maybe she wanted to sit there for... You know what? I don't even know. So after that happened, she opened her purse and took out some pamphlets for some summer camp and poked me. I continued to watch my YouTube videos, and then she started tugging at my shirt. "Excuse me, sir." I ripped out my earphones and said in a rude tone, "What do you want?" She looked at me, straightening her pamphlets, and asked me, "Do you have any mental issues like depression or anxiety?" I told her no, as a very blatant lie because I do have anxiety. So she explained this camp. It was very shady and looked super expensive, and I had no interest, and gave her one-word responses like, "Yeah, no, maybe." My dad could tell I was getting annoyed, and told her to leave me alone, that I was on my phone. I thanked him. But no joke, this lady gave my dad a death stare, and told him that I'm old enough to make my own decisions. But like, what the hell's happening? I tell her to leave me alone, and she walks out the barbershop slamming the door, screaming in cuss words. The barber tells me she comes there often, and pulls the same crazy stunts.